Not yet, not
Oh
yet,
my
not yet.
God,
We're
I
waiting.
wasn't
Oh, no.
in charge of that.
Yeah, me too.
It's died again. That'd be terrible, wouldn't it?
And
Okay, yeah, there we are. Sorry to our Zoom participants that we lost you there for a while, but we are back in session. And so we will resume Shane's presentation.
All right. Well, not sure where it will resume. We will see. It resumes with me. Excellent. Slide I was on. Maybe. Oh, okay, social sharing. Back.
this guy's amazing. No.
So here, if we were to, just to finish up on this slide, in the United States itself, all of the United States, not just Wyoming, if we were to have to go and replace the meat that is harvested, the 547 million pounds of wild meat that's harvested, and buy that meat in the grocery store in the proportions that Americans indicate they eat pork, beef, chicken, etc., it would have a value of $2 billion. That's the amount of money that would have to be spent by local consumers to replace the wild meat that they had actually harvested. So again, this point is not to suggest that wild meat is going to replace domesticated wild animal production as a food source for Americans. But it's also saying for the first time that we have a figure that we can show as to what it actually is worth, and what, if you didn't have it, the amount of meat that you would have to purchase otherwise, and the amount of money that the people of the United States would have to spend, of course, to actually acquire it. It's not stating the case, it's just stating what the case is. I mentioned at the very opening that I was very interested in developing what's called a social sharing index. This is a brand new idea. We have never done this before. Again, virtually everything that I am showing you here today is brand new. We never had it before. And there's nowhere else where you can get this information, I can assure you. It's only been possible because we've had the partnerships that we've had, which I will come to a little bit later. The idea of a social sharing index came out of two things. Number one was this phenomenon I explained to some members of the audience as I turned to them, that you do not go to the grocery store and buy a roast of meat and go across the street to your neighbor and give it to them. And you very seldom will actually even go and buy other commodities at the store and do that kind of thing. But if you have harvested or gathered wild foods, you are, I personally believe, driven to share. I believe possessing wild food drives a person to share. I have never known a person who has harvested wild berries, wild fruits, wild fish, wild meat, who has not at some point with that food shared it in a meal with family or friends, or given some to a family or friend or neighbor. That's a simple thing to say, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a simple thing to comprehend. Why do we do it? But we do it everywhere. If you came to rural Newfoundland, the people there do it. If I was here, I would see the same thing happening here. I know the same thing is happening here because we have the data. And we know what's happening in Alaska, where we're running a survey. We ran surveys in Texas. We ran surveys in Arizona. We ran surveys in Nevada. We run surveys here. We run surveys in Alaska. And every single place, it is the same. People are driven to share this wild meat. Why is that important? That's important, number one, because of the image that is presented by the hunter and angler to the modern public. The hunter and the angler doesn't have to worry about how he or she looks to the hunting and angling community. Most people in that community figure we look okay. The problem is there's lots of people that are not in that community. They don't always think we look okay. But one thing that everyone admires in people is generosity, is sharing. And I know it's appreciated in this country because I've been in every part of this country. Every state in this country. I've spoken in every state in this country. And so I know what it means to people. I know its value. I wanted to know how much of that sharing actually takes place. So we also wanted to know what the motivations behind the sharing tendencies were. We wanted to try to understand that a little better as well, so that we could get some better understanding of exactly what was going on in the hunter's mind. And we also wanted to have some better understanding of how within the household of hunters and anglers is this wild meat actually shared and used. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the very first time that this data has ever been gathered, ever, in your country. We have it for those, we only have this particular data for the states that I just named where we have done the surveys. Our hope is to do these surveys in many more states, of course, but your state is one of the states where we did in fact conduct one of these surveys. And what it shows, obviously on the right, shows sort of some of the basic statistics about hunting in your state, the number of days that a hunter spends, the number of animals that the individual harvests, and the average amount of wild meat that that person actually takes on. 93.5% of hunters in your state share the wild food they harvest. That's pretty typical. 68% or 69% share some of that wild meat outside of their household. 5.4% of the hunters share their entire harvest. These are people, obviously, who don't necessarily eat much of the meat themselves, but actually give all of it away. And 3.7% of the hunters in your state donate some of their meat to charity. We are also doing a national overview of this charitable donation by hunters and anglers in the United States as well, and in Canada. Again, because we believe that where the general public will see the hunting community sharing its wild harvest with people who are disadvantaged in our communities, I think that will shed positive light on hunting itself and on the hunters themselves. And of course, as we know, food insecurity is a real issue in your country, and it's a real issue in Canada. An enormous number of people in this country do not have a reliable, consistent form of high-quality food, and that is also true in Canada as well. So if you look at this in a little bit more detail, you see that hunters shared wild meat with 109,000 people inside their households and 168,000 people outside their households. What is the population of Wyoming?
570,000.
570,000. Okay. So 570,000. And we have 109,000 plus 168,000 people that are consuming some of that harvest that hunters are bringing home. That's a fairly significant percentage of the people of the state. I have long asked myself the question, why, despite all the changes in American society, do we constantly find when we do surveys that 75 to 80% of the American public support regulated recreational hunting? Yes, there's opposition, but every time we run a survey, 75 to 85% of all the people in this country support regulated harvesting of wildlife, the killing of wildlife. That never made much sense to me. I couldn't figure out why they would be so supportive. Because if you're not a hunter, the idea of getting up of a day, and you don't belong to a hunting family, getting up of a day, taking down your rifle, going out into the field, and killing a sentient creature doesn't exactly seem perhaps the most sensible thing to do if you're not part of that culture. I believe that part of the reason lies here. And that's why I was interested in these sharing incidents. I believe that hunters are sharing a considerable amount of wild meat with a lot of people in society who may not wish to be hunters themselves, but then have an impression of the individual who gives them that wild meat. and therefore develops an impression that hunting itself, yes, if it's regulated and if it's centered around wild meat, then that is something that I can actually get behind. Hunters shared 16% of their harvest. This is in your own state. And 74, look at that bottom statistic, 74.2% of hunters in your state agree that wild meat is a crucial part of their household food supply. This is based on the survey that we ran in the state. The graphic up top just basically gets you a representation of what we've already repeated here on the side. But again, it's pretty significant that that number of people, other than the hunters themselves, are actually being provided with wild meat. We started out this process looking at both recreational fishing and recreational hunting. I'm just going to show you two slides based on the culmination of our work in recreational angling in Canada. Canada is now the only country in the world that has this kind of survey completed for it, and it will become part of the Convention on Biodiversity very soon. They want this information because they're interested in recreational angling in inland waters. And what we have demonstrated by looking at data from 1975 to 2015, we on average harvest about 132 million fish. That's 181 million pounds of high quality food. And it's based on approximately 2.2 billion retail cost equivalency. Again, by looking at fish products that you would buy in the grocery store that would be equivalent to the species that we recreationally harvested. One interesting thing to show you is if you look at the participants by province in this survey, you begin to see, coming back to some questions earlier, that Newfoundland and Labrador, where I come from, as you can see, we do a lot of fishing and we eat a lot of fish. And this is what you're going to find across the United States and across Canada in general, with hunting as well. Some places rely more, of course, on this wild food harvest than others do. Not often is it as extreme as Newfoundland and Labrador. But when Canada did its surveys on who ate wild meat and wild foods in Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador, we always come out on top as the highest consumers of wild meat of any place. Partly because we have very little agriculture, we have very little agricultural land. We don't raise very much cattle. We don't raise very much beef. We only have very small operations for hogs and chickens. So we go to Mother Nature to find out all those things. And that's why statistics like this are important. One very interesting thing I want to show you, because this is going to be the last thing I'm going to show you on this particular issue. Look at this graph here. The graph on the right, on the left, on my left, shows a decreased participation in fishing over time from 1975 to 2015. But what you also see over that same time period is a decreased retention in the amount of fish that's actually caught. We didn't go into this in detail for this particular presentation, but we know that the fish populations in Canada are doing absolutely fine. And that this decrease in the amount of food that is being retained is not because the fish are not being caught, and it's not because the fish aren't there. Remember our attempts 20, 25 years ago to bring in hook and release fishing as a conservation mechanism. This was a great idea. People wanted to see this as a way of bringing in, allowing more people to harvest fish, and it would maintain the fish populations over time. But all actions have unintended consequences. One of the unintended consequences of applying the hook and release fishing, which took on in Canada, as it did in many other parts of the world, is that we now eat less wild fish because we throw way more of those wild fish back after we hook them. So if your motivation is to increase the amount of wild food that is being harvested and consumed by people, hook and release fishing is not necessarily the best way to obtain those numbers. We did not expect to find this in our survey. This was a surprise outcome that came from it. So I want you to look at this slide, and I want to point out to you that the background of this slide is the Lake River here in Wyoming. So we tried our best to find some things that would appeal to to the local hearts and minds. This is a background that comes right from your beautiful state. These are some of the achievements that we have made over time. We have grown a partnership of supporters for the Wild Harvest Initiative from nothing to 44 members. As I'll show you, they are very diverse. We have partners from the NGO community, we have industry leaders, the Bass Pros of the world, Sitkas, the loopholes, the mystery matches, etc. We have private philanthropists who will not allow us to use their names, who are supporting this work. We have people involved in the outfitting industry. We have people at the state and federal government agencies. State agencies include Texas, Florida, Wyoming, Nevada, Arizona, Alaska, and we now have promises that Indiana, Missouri, and 2 or 3 other states are now about to come into this effort as well. Having the state agencies is vitally important because you provide the legitimacy, provide the professionalism that endorses and encourages other people to join in this particular activity. We have the database construction. We set out to create a database. We now have the largest database in the temperate world. We have the largest recreational harvest database in the world as well. And that database is now being used by the UN conventions. We have assigned an evidence-based live, dressed, and consumable weight to all species. We had to find that information in the literature. We had to develop it. We had to place it in the database itself. But we know for every single species that's harvested in Canada and the United States, what the dress and consumable weight of that species is, so we can generate statistics that people will not say are exaggerated. We have obviously broken that data up into the upland game, the small game, the big game, and we've created now a major cloud-based system for easy access for our partners. And by the way, the commissioners here in the room and the public that's attending, because you are a partner in the Wild Harvest Initiative, you have access to all of this data. Not everybody has access to all this data at this point in time. Eventually they will. But all the partners have access to the data. What we ask is that you come through us, so we find the data for you. We don't just throw the database out there for obvious reasons. The database construction, we now have it for the full 5 years. That was our target when we had that in. It was a long way to get it. The 2 COVID years were very difficult. But we do have it now. Now we are going to start to assign all of the outputs that we are going to start to share with the public. And our research analysis now, we have determined the list of all harvested species in Canada and the United States, something nobody could give you before. We determined the live, dressed, and edible mass of harvest for every species in every state and every province. We can conduct comparisons among jurisdictions. We can compare among species, by species. We can do temper analysis now on the recreational harvest of fishing in Canada. We have finished that. We are evaluating the health impacts of recreational cod fish in Canada. We are performing now the first stages of the economic evaluation of recreational wild cod fish in Canada, and we're moving in that direction with that meat. We have, as promised, developed the meat's local sharing index. We've done that from surveys in 5 very different states. We've also given to every one of our partners the outputs of the quantity of meat shared, the number of people receiving the wild meat, and the proportion of numbers that share that wild food. Outreach and advocacy will become the main thrust of the next 5 years of this work. But I want to draw your attention to what we've already done. Already, in the first years of this work, we have released 50 popular articles. We've done 20 podcasts. We have 8 fact sheets that are out there on species abundance, number of meals, etc. We've created 16 media articles, 15 presentations and interviews at international conferences. Conservation Visions and me personally, I have 900,000 social media followers at the present time. That's a big reach. Some of our films get 3 to 4 million views. There are not many organizations that can tell you that they get that. I don't care how big they are in this country or any other. We produced 28 films, 7 technical reports. In addition to that, the data that we have gathered through this process that you have supported financially, we've developed relationships with all of these international institutions, including IUCN, Center for International Forestry Research, the international policy body that advises all world governments on resource conservation, the Convention on Biodiversity, Cooperative Partnership for Sustainable Wildlife Management, the Wildlife Society, the Convention on Migratory Species, Convention on the International Trade with Endangered Species, the traffic, which is the body that tracks all illegal harvesting and trade, and with the International Council for the Conservation of Wildlife, the CIC. I don't have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that you don't walk into those places and simply raise your hand and say, I'd like to be a member. You have to earn your stripes to get in there, and what we use to get in there is this Wild Harvest Initiative that you're looking at here today. We are coming now to the end, thank God you say, but there's a lot to present. This is the first time that I've made it to the state. Brian and I have tried to end it a number of times, but it has not worked out. I want to also point out this because this ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, is my dream. I believe we can create what I call a conservation necklace in Canada and the United States. And on that necklace that you would hang around your neck, we can basically place every single organization and value towards nature that is out there in society. And that includes the absolute extremes. HSUS, for an example, is a group that does not want to see any hunting at all versus, let's say, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, that is a very hunting-oriented organization. And how do we do that? We don't do that by trying to put the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and HSUS together. We do it by nearest neighbor position. We put people around that necklace that are closer to one another, in closer proximity to themselves, but each one is a little further away, until at the top of that necklace, you can have extreme views about something like hunting, and at the bottom, extreme negative views, and at the bottom of that necklace, you can actually have very positive views, and I firmly believe this is absolutely possible. You don't do it by putting the absolute confrontational, most opposed organizations into the system side by side. That does not work then. And if that kind of dream is not possible, then I suggest to you that we might as well give up on any notion of world peace. It is never been possible. The only reason we can maintain world peace is because very different views are maintained in some kind of association, but you keep the really antagonistic ones somehow separated by putting allies in between that are able to one another. That's how it works. What we have here is just a sampling of the kind of imagery that works around the world with respect to wild harvest. There is not an image on this slide, and it was chosen very carefully. We went through many, many versions of this. There's not an image on this slide, and we've tested this, that offends anybody. They look at this and they see these little children gathering mushrooms. You see that they're eating berries. You see people sharing a dinner. You see the father and son image there of the waterfowl hunting. You see a rancher probably, or at least someone coming out to feed, obviously, the domestic animals. You see people harvesting honey. You see people just bird watching. You see people gathering wildflowers. You see people gathering firewood. You see people just trekking in the woods, etc., eating berries, so on and so forth. Ladies gathering berries, I think, up there on the top. And they all look real. You'll notice one thing about nobody in that slide, except for a gentleman who's hidden a little bit by the sunlight up here. Really, nobody in that slide is wearing what? They're not wearing camouflage. What they are they're people dressed like people who are people from rural places. They're out there doing the things that they do. And I believe that berry pickers, mushroom foragers, firewood collectors, shed antler collectors, wild beekeepers, herb gatherers, medicinal plant gatherers, cattle ranchers, many, many, many more can be brought into this Wild Harvest Initiative in unison. They can all speak to the land. Every single one of these people here is speaking to the value of the land. That's what's ultimately at the bottom of this slide. Everything that's coming from there is coming from the land in one way or another. Land is a unifier, and food is the most important thing that comes off that land. And that's the one thing that we are able to speak to one another about. And we can speak to one another about whether a person is white or whether a person is black, whether a person is brown, whether a person is indigenous, whether a person is non-indigenous, whether it's a man, whether it's a woman, whether it's a child. It doesn't make any difference. Everybody gets this view. We can build a movement around this that is absolutely unstoppable. And I'll guarantee you But I do not see anything in this slide collage right here that should cause concern for anybody who lives in the state of Wyoming. Look at it. Does that bother a rancher when he looks at that? Does that bother a farmer? Does that bother a hunter? Does that bother berry picker? Does that bother anybody? I show this slide all over the world. Nobody has any problem with this kind of imagery. This is where we need to head for conservation, on public and on private lands. This is what we need to show. Everybody. Some of these people in these slides, they'll never hunt. They don't want to hunt. Maybe the family that's gathering mushrooms there, the father with his red backpack and the little boy or girl that's bending down there, maybe he hates hunting. I don't know. But if he does, that's fine. He's still in the outdoors gathering wild food. Other people are obviously into hunting. That's pretty obvious for some of them. Some of them are into fishing. Some of them just want to practice the art. Maybe that young girl practicing with her archery. Maybe she doesn't ever want to kill an animal with that bow. But maybe she just wants to know how to be good using that weapon, using that piece of art, which is really what a bow is. You know, who's going to be offended by this little boy? Who's going to be offended by this little boy here? Sitting down, you know, with his rod out over that little puddle of water. You had to be an alien to have any concern with an image like that. If you're an alien, we don't want you part of the Wild Harvest Initiative. We're not going that far. So my point is very serious. We can unite. This is a massive, massive, massive force in society. We can unite them. We can agitate. We can get them to agitate. But we have to find some big program that's going to get them really excited. I know I should be speaking to this, getting them really excited about the land, about being healthy on the land, about healthy lifestyles, about local cultures, and about feeling better because they have access to land and to wild food and to other opportunities, such as just seeing wildlife, in some cases hunting wildlife. And that is why I have been able, out of nothing, managed to put together thus far this partnership of supporting organizations that, as I said, include state agencies, include chapters of organizations, include hunting organizations, include people in industry, include wildlife federations, et cetera, et cetera. And we are soon going to add some European entities to this. We have a lot of conversations going on with other states. And I should tell you that right now, one of our most recent partners, which is the U.S. Forest Service, we are developing a major program of actually examining several national forests totally from the perspective of their food production capacities. And this is all coming out of the dialogue that was spurred by them joining the Wild Harvest Initiative. Now you think about that when that comes out, that suddenly we have an assessment of those landscapes that were established by Pinchot and Grinnell and Roosevelt so long ago with some controversy. But we will actually start to think about them not just as places about how much board feet of timber or even how much grazing land is there. We will look at it entirely from the point of view of how much food production is actually coming off that land and how much more could, because they have the data on who goes in, you know, permits to take what's happening. And so I'm hoping that they will bring the U.S. Forest Service or the Bureau of Land Management, some of these other federal agencies that make sense to bear. We're already working with USDA, working on some of these food equivalent things using their data. So we have discussions ongoing with them. And I would just like to say, you know, closing after a very long presentation, I'm sorry about that, I think. But I just like to end by saying, in this state, we have a relatively unique partner in that we don't have many other states where ranching, for example, is a significant component of the culture. I am of the firm belief that we need to bring in this nearest neighbor idea more and more people from the domestic animal production side into this harvest initiative. And we need to open up discussions between people like me who are, mostly focused on obviously wild food, but obviously is concerned with all food, to see if we can't develop some of the best programs that combine public-private land food productions. And I think this is entirely possible. I don't think that has to be a contentious conversation. I see so many similarities. I see so many opportunities that could be developed there. And as one last favor to an already very generous organization supporting this work, I'd ask you to please consider as a commission and as a director, who else in this state we might approach who might be interested in joining that pretty significant partnership, because that partnership is going to grow. In another 2 months, Indiana and Missouri are going to be on that partnership, and 1 or 2 other major industry players that I cannot name at this point in time. We're up to 40. I want 400 up there. And I want this program to continue forever. And eventually I'm going to give this program to someone to run. I can't run it for 100 years. So I'm going to have to give this program to someone to run it so it becomes part of the ongoing wildlife conservation and management program for the United States of America and Canada. So thank you for your support, and thank you for your patience. Thank you for your help with all of this. And thank all of you for coming out and listening to this. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Fantastic. Shane, could you, does the commission have any questions? Any input? Yes, go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. President. Shane, your work is fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. And thank you for making the trek out and being able to spend some time with you and listen to this. It's amazing. So thank you for it. One thing that I hear with people who, they're not against hunting, they just don't hunt, is the cost to go to the store and buy beef is so much lower than the cost if you figure out per pound the cost of elk. So the economic argument fails, at least in their mind. And it kind of seems to, if you add up all the costs and the clothing and what do you think about that? How do you respond to that?
Well, first of all, I guess in general, there are a lot of amazing things in this world that probably cost us a lot more money than if we thought about it practically, we would actually buy. That's the first thing. I would put in that category the salaries that we pay to professional athletes, for example. And a lot of people make the same argument there, that's just not kind of worth it, that we pay LeBron James and people like this just way too much money. Well, I'm here to make an announcement about all of that. You haven't even begun to see the salaries we're going to pay professional athletes. Professional athletes in the United States currently today, compared with, for example, Premier League soccer players, make very little money. And the reason we pay the amount of money we do for those individuals is because they represent the epitome of the talents that we required to be successful hunters. I will argue that if we had stayed as leaf eaters, there would be no such thing as the National Football League. It was the speed, agility, hand-eye coordination, the leaping, the capacity to judge distance, time. The quarterback that steps back with that ball in his hand, he steps back after it's given to him, and he steps back to look because he's looking beyond that row of people in front. He's looking for his receivers, and he's looking for the defenders against those receivers. He's looking out on a grassy plain. He has in his hand what is a ball, but really it's a sphere. And what he's waiting for is to find that point where he knows his arm and his shoulders and chest and his torso can mount sufficient velocity in that sphere to intercept one of those moving animals crossing that grassy plain. And except for the fact that we developed not only the interest, but the capacities to be able to do that, you would not have any Tom Brady's or anybody else like it. Because of all the Tom Brady's ancestors have always been just totally picking the leaves from the trees. The most you might have gotten is something that floated down to the ground, and certainly not as exciting as an NFL game. We will pay them whatever our economy can possibly afford for those top athletes, for those very elite. They are infinite. They would have been. Not everybody brought the meat home in indigenous societies, in small communities, but they would have been the ones who could have run the animal down. They would have been the ones who could have thrown the spear the longest. They would have been the ones that had the vision and acuity to track the animal better than most. Because all these superb athletes, they're extremes. They're like racehorses. So to your point, first of all, I would say it's not so much to make the argument that the economics of it are better than the economics of buying food in another way. It's to say, I suppose, that whatever the economics are, the value inherent in acquiring that wild meat matters to the people who do it, and they are prepared to do it. And if they didn't have it, they would still have to spend some of that money. Maybe not all, depending on the hunting. Rural Newfoundlanders don't spend a lot catching a moose. Some people do. Differs quite a bit. But I think the argument here is not to say that wild meat is cheap. It's to say wild meat is excellent. Wild meat is taken in an excursion in nature that is unique. The domestic meat that is provided, someone else does all that work. They provide it in the store. You go and you pick it up, and that's where we get the majority of our meat, of course. So I don't want to give the impression that I'm trying to say there is a powerful economic argument to say that everybody should go out and harvest wild meat, because what you say is absolutely true. But what I would say is that the value of that wild meat to those people, those communities, and to the people with whom they share that wild meat, because they don't share the grocery roast, they do share the wild hunted elk. That is the valuation that I am most interested in exploring.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. President.
Certainly. Any other commissioners? Okay, I do have a blue sheet. Mr. Kerr, do you have a question for Shane or a comment? Okay, go ahead. Wayne Kerr.
President Brokaw, the commission, Director Nesbitt. This is just a really interesting and thought-provoking presentation. I spent a career with the state of Wyoming. Most of it with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department of about 41 and a half years as a law enforcement officer. And one of the things that jumped out at me about this presentation is the amount of time and effort we spent as game wardens working to prevent the waste of resources. Whether it's people that, kill a fish and throw it back in the water, people that take a big game animal, leave parts of it, a lot of it, all of it to go to waste and things like that. So this is a really important aspect of this kind of stuff. Another thing that I want to comment on, particularly the timing of the year when you folks are going to be considering setting big game hunting seasons and things like that. A lot of this presentation, I think, is important when we stop and consider the average hunter or angler out in the field. I think anymore, we're hearing more and more from different organizations that are interested in the trophy aspect and quality of hunting. I know a lot of guys I talk to anymore, and it got that way throughout my career. We had more and more people that the term I use, hunt by the numbers. The more inches of antler, the more important it was. And we need to make sure that we consider the our average sportsman, our average hunter and angler that's out there. The fly fisherman that looks like he just stepped out of an Orvis catalog that says, I never kill a fish because I fly fish and let them all go. Well, you know, my consideration has always been that brook trout fried in bacon grease ought to be one of the main food groups that we consider. So the average sportsman, the average hunter and angler, over the years, I realized was getting sometimes a little bit more and more distasteful to be around. They can be lazy. They're technology oriented. Of course, that's just the way our society is going. But the folks that go out with the idea that, you know, I'd like to be a trophy hunter, but if I'm out deer hunting and I'm looking for a nice big 4-point would really be nice, but a 2-point steps out, I'm going home with a tagged deer because it's legal. The department's provided those through management programs and things like that. Those are some of the kind of people we should be making sure that we don't forget about when we hear about the folks that are interested in the trophy quality of hunts and things like that. You know, the outfitting industry has a major part to play in Wyoming's game management, and that's great. They serve a very valuable purpose. The farmers and ranchers that some provide access, some don't. They're the ones that provide us with the cheap beef that, you know, why should we have to go out and hunt and spend all that money when we can go buy cheap meat at the store? But everybody has a part to play, including the average hunter and average angler. And I just hope we don't forget about them. Thank you.
Thank you. Shane, that was wonderful. And I'm proud of our relationship that the commission department has had with you. And I think it's been very well. You've executed it very well. You made a comment about this modern generation and how we engage that modern generation with their attitude and how they're approaching society now. And I thought about our director's initiative that he started here in Wyoming, the Inspire a Kid program, on how we can engage the youth to get involved with outdoor activities. Would you expand a little bit on what we can do, how we maybe at the local level with that new modern attitude? It's a tough one to get around.
Well, it is. There's always been big debates in history. And I've always been a historian more than a biologist even. There's always been debates in history as to, what really drives people and therefore how can we be effective in society. I've always believed that, while we pay attention to big political events, the real things that are happening is this complicated soup of interactions amongst all kinds of people in their communities and in their state and between their states and within their country. And that if we want to be effective in bringing in programs of any kind, we have to first of all realize that the audience that we are trying to reach is definitely not the audience that we represent. That very often that audience is quite a bit different. They feel differently about a lot of things. I know a lot of people who worked on things like R3 would tell stories in the early days when the program was being developed about how they, would go to school and they'd carry their shotguns on the school bus. And, ride home on their bike with their shotgun and the cross handles and the crossbar or whatever. And it was all very interesting to listen to because I grew up that way. But you're not going to carry your shotgun on a school bus in the United States of America today. I don't care where you live. So I think the first thing we have to do with any such program and with this program, as we now start to get into the second phase, which is the communication aspect of it, your question is very relevant. We have to recognize that we don't really know that new public all that well. And we got to figure out how to get them to know them a lot better and what motivates them and why they feel the way they do. It has been my experience with regard to children in the outdoors that at a general level, it's not that difficult to engage them. I mean, they're fascinated by things they see in nature. From infancy, children put everything in their mouths that they can possibly find. And that fascination with things that move, that crawl, that look different from them, that fly, that dive, that whales that come into the, come out of the sea into the sky, etc. This will fascinate most children today, no matter how addicted they are to their, their iPhones or their keyboards, and so on. But I think what's really also necessary is to be a bit risky. Society has changed appreciably, and many more people are much more concerned about the feelings and the lives of individual animals than was the case 40 years ago, 50 years ago. Part of that is the growth in the pet industry, but part of it is just a growing awareness through science of just how similar animals are to us. And no one can deny the massive innovations in science that have proven how similar wild animals are to us. And I always say there's no difference between us at all, which I've believed all my life. Somehow or other, we have got to, at the same time that we are explaining and agreeing with what these young people already know about animals, we've also got to find a way to explain to them that the natural ecology of our species, that we are an animal, and that the natural ecology of our species is to do the same as they do, to find food, to harvest food, to live in the natural environment, and to rely on the natural environment as they do. In my own discussions with children, and I used to spend a lot of time speaking in schools. I mean, I spent years speaking in schools, from little tiny humans of that height, up to taller humans. And I always tried to find a way to tell them interesting stories about wildlife, but also to make it clear that as a hunter, I was not prepared to consider the animal I hunted as being any less than myself at all. And that I never believed that they felt pain any differently than I did, and that the bullet hammered them the same as it would hammer any man. But that I found it to be the only true, honest, natural way to live in the world was to try to harvest from nature as much of the food as I needed, because that is what my animal past was. And if I didn't do that, then the alternative was, of course, that we would then still have to raise animals one way or another. We had to have the food, we had to. So I think part of what we need to do, and I'm not exactly sure, Brian, of your specific program, but many of the programs that I may see as similar to it, I don't think we should be trying to necessarily make hunters out of these young human beings. I think we should first of all be trying to make conservationists out of them. Secondly, I think we should be teaching them respect for the cultures of their own people, whether that's the ranching culture in this state or the fishing culture in rural Newfoundland, because once they understand the value of that culture, that is what they come from, and that's never going to change. I come from Newfoundland. That's never going to change. I could buy a ranch in Wyoming and live here for the next 25 years, but I'm never going to be able to say I came from Wyoming. I came from Newfoundland. I think if we can teach children to understand the value of our cultural activities, they eventually learn that part of that in many cases involves the harvest of animals, the killing of animals, the utilization of animals, etc. But it also at the same time involves a love of the animals themselves and a love of the landscapes in which the animals exist. So I always start these discussions with children about, I'll very often ask the first question, how many of you have a dog or cat at home? And they'll whatever, and they'll, a lot of them will say they have it. And I'll ask them a few questions about Dozer or, whatever the Blackie or whatever the animal is. And then I ask them this question. I say, how would you describe how you feel about your cat or your dog or your pony or your horse? I said, would you say you like your animal? And to a last little human, they will say, no, I love my dog or my horse or my cat. And some people find it hard to turn from that kind of a statement into trying to talk about things like wild harvesting and so on and so forth. But I don't find it that hard to do that. And I try to start with that, to say, well, that's one thing we share. I love my dogs and my cats too. I love them just like people, don't you? And they say, yes, I love them just as much as I love mom or dad, and that is true. They do. We all do. We admit it, and then to point out that by spending a lot of time in nature, you come to love. It might be animals they won't hunt, like songbirds, or they might really like to see beavers or other animals they're not likely to hunt. And then if you want them to be introduced to the world of hunting, to eventually get them to the point where you're able to talk about the predator-prey systems, that mountain lions, which are magnificent, prey on animals to live, that grizzly bears prey on animals to live, that, bobcat do this, that wolves do this, that whatever does, fox do this, whatever. And then get them into a sort of a questioning of, well, why wouldn't humans do this? If you believe that your little cat and dog is just like you, and he loves to go out and chase squirrels or catch little birds, they shouldn't be doing it perhaps, but they do it, then, maybe you should do the same thing. And let's try a little bit of fishing, see how that works, because there's definitely a hierarchy of introduction, right? I have a son. He's 42 now. It's hard to believe. I have a son who's a maniacal fisherman. He's been the only person who's hunted regularly with me all my life, unless I travel somewhere to hunt. But if I hunting in Newfoundland, he's the only companion I have. He told me at 14 years of age, on the third or fourth moose we'd taken together, he told me point blank that he was never going to kill a big game animal in his life. That was it. He comes on every hunt. He eviscerates the animal, carries the animal out, loves the hunt, loves the
Okay. We'll now hear from Meredith Wood. Meredith is going to present to us fiscal 2024 budget. This will be a preliminary hearing. We will need to take action on it. Good morning, Ms. Wood. How are you today?
Wow, how are you?
Good.
Ready? President?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Good morning, President Brokaw, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt, Meredith Wood, Chief Financial Officer, Ramagan Fish Department. Here to present agenda item number 8, which is the preliminary approval of your commission's FY 24 standard budget and list of one-time projects. A little bit of background on the process for the FY 24 development is last year we shared with you the implementation of a new budget module that took quite a lot of time to get up and running. And this year was our first year on our own with that module. So there was a lot of back and forth, but we got that worked through. We created an entirely new division, a 5th division, which is the communication and education division. So there were a little bit of challenges with that. But overall, it was a really successful process. So each year, the commission's budget is developed on an annual basis. And in November of each year, we start gathering all the guidelines, expectations to be disseminated to the department, all the field. And those guidelines come from the director's office and of course, collaboration with the commission and more specifically, the commissioner budget subcommittee group who is currently made up of Commissioners Ladwick, President Brokaw, and Commissioner Roberts. So in November, those guidelines go out and there's different phases in the development of the budget. Initially, it goes out for the field, for all of those folks in the field who are responsible for identifying the work section needs and priorities for day-to-day operations or enhancements to be able to execute their priorities. From the field, it goes up to the divisions, the respective divisions and division administrators. So director's office, fiscal, wildlife, fish, services, and communication and education. It goes up to those folks to review all the requests of the field personnel to address their program priorities and needs and ensure that those requests tie back to the strategic plan expectations and initiatives for the department and commission. Step after that is it goes to the budget team, who everyone's here in the room today. It's comprised of deputy chiefs and division chiefs, and of course the director's office for review. The primary goal and purpose of the budget team is to take everything that the field comprised or compiled, plus the review and prioritizations that were done at the administrative level for the respective divisions, review those in general, make sure there's no duplication, that kind of thing, that they followed the guidelines as provided by the director's office and the commission. And then we also go through 3 primary categories: equipment, vehicles, deferred maintenance, and capital construction. And then we go through those 3 sections specifically because they are truly zero-based every year. These are not necessary, they're repetitive in nature, but not identical in nature, if that makes sense. So every year we will have a list of vehicles, but it's not the exact same vehicle that would have been the prior year. Same with equipment. And then of course, deferred maintenance and capital construction. As you know, the commission has a tremendous amount of property and facilities throughout the state. And so each year we go through a prioritization effort to highlight and select properties for enhancement or major maintenance opportunity. So once the budget team wraps up, that's about a week-long effort. The divisions meet individually with Director Nesvik and Deputy Director Kennedy. And they make overall final tweaks, adjustments, so on and so forth. And then it's brought to the budget subcommittee group, which we just had that meeting, I think last week, maybe the week prior. And that's where we run through sort of an overall general review of reminder essentially of the expectations and guidelines and where we landed prior to this presentation today. So going through the presentation, like I said, we will talk about your commission's FY24 standard and your commission's proposed or requested list of one-time projects for FY24. As far as budget development, of course, because it's on an annual basis and the Game and Fish Commission and Department do not receive any general funds whatsoever, it's really critical that we take a look at how much money do we anticipate we have currently and or will receive in the future to sustain our operations. So we start every budget cycle with a review of projected revenues, where those revenues are anticipated to come from, and any significant changes or fluctuations that may occur in the next period with those revenues. And for this FY24 period, as you know, there was a bill that just passed in the legislature that approved the increase of non-resident special hunting licenses. And we did anticipate and account for that additional revenue, or half of it, at least for FY24, and then the full amount in 25. And that would equate to about 2.8 in 24 and 5.7 in 25. If there's any questions, please feel free to stop me as we go through this. So once we identify, we anticipated, I don't know if you saw on that last slide, about 104 million is what we have to work with, if you will, going into the FY24 budget development cycle. So with that, the direction that came from the director's office and the commission was we were to remain flat with our FY23 budget, with the exception of a couple of areas, one of which would be those inflationary categories where we know without exception, the cost of doing business will go up through no control of ours. And that includes utilities, taxes, feed, flights, fuel, essentially things that operate in that manner. And then we also know that due to changes in program priorities and agency needs and commission needs, that there could be additional increases that would have to be taken into consideration. And so the divisions were asked to come up with what those are and be prepared to discuss them and defend them, present them essentially in their request. So with that direction, the proposed commission FY24 budget is just shy of 98 million. And I apologize for that glaring typo right there. This is the 24 budget, not the 23 budget. So that money is spread out against 7 main categories. Of course, each of the divisions, and then there's an outlier called grants, which is receivable and a bit confusing. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but essentially it's split up between director's office or administration, communication, education, fiscal division, services, fish, and wildlife. So a summary, just comparing your FY23 budget to this proposed FY24 request. It's about a $7 million increase over your 23 standard, which is still shy of, I think, the overall inflationary rate, but it's about 7.7%. Of that 7 million, I talked about the inflationary categories the deferred maintenance, equipment and capital construction being zero-based each year. And then we also have in here an amount for salary increases that were also passed this last legislative session. We don't know exactly what that will turn out to be, but we've calculated it at 7% for planning purposes. So the first three categories on this slide, making up that $7 million overage, are $3.2 million spread across all of those divisions that I mentioned for that salary increase. $1 million increase in deferred maintenance, capital construction, and equipment categories overall. And the majority of that is we've started an internal working group to evaluate the needs at our regional offices and other commission facilities. And the primary focus this coming year is Pinedale and Casper to do some extensive deferred maintenance in those facilities. The inflationary categories, like I mentioned, feed, utilities, property taxes, and flights, it's about 700,000. And then we get down into the other items that would cause an increase to the standard portion of the budget, the more repetitive, recurring in nature components of the budget. And I will mention, if you have any questions about the programs, all of the division folks are ready to step up and answer those in greater detail than I can offer. But the excess yes payments, there's a proposal to increase the amount of payments available to landowners through that program, which resulted in a $620,000 increase to your standard budget, if approved. Vehicle, equipment, maintenance, and rental. So as I mentioned, we have these inflationary components associated with specific areas within the operating budget. Vehicles and equipment definitely will see an increase to run those for our program priorities. That's about 270,000. Contractual services, IT, engineering, and other IT maintenance contracts are very expensive, and we have seen quite an increase in the cost of those. And then we also have for engineering services for the development of agency projects, that those costs are going up as well. So we have 267,000 of that increase in there. Contract employees, as you know, I think it was presented at the January meeting. And the contract employees and the aquatic invasive species can pretty much be combined, but we have them for, I believe, damage technicians. We have some increased months in there for that. And then, of course, the expansion of the AIS program due to the threats that we're seeing on our borders. The conservation education programs, there's some increased costs there. The majority of that 175 is for two programs in schools. One is the trout in the classroom, and the other one is national archeries in the schools program. And I probably messed that up, Nish, but I apologize. Radio caller fees. So as you know, there's quite a lot of initiatives going out there for tracking of wildlife, particularly mule deer. The number of callers that we have deployed on the landscape is only going up. And of course, in order to have that data returned to the department and the commission, we have to pay the fees for the link to do that. So that cost has gone up quite a bit, and there's 160,000 in there for that. Elk feeder pay. We have several feed grounds, as you know, and we have longtime contractual partners to provide the feeding services out on those feed grounds. And there's a request to increase their compensation. Printing, postage, paper, the cost of those commodities has really gone up. We did not include that in the original inflationary category. So there is some money spread throughout your budget for that purpose. And then finally, marketing. And that makes up the full $7 million difference between your FY23 budget and your proposed FY24 standard budget.
Okay. Can we stop right there and make sure, because we worked a lot of those subcategories in our committee. So commission, do you have any questions up to this point? Before we get into divisions?
I think I have one question in regards to the grants, but maybe I'll address that when you're all done. And
Whenever you feel it appropriate, sure.
I'll I'll wait to the end of the presentation and then we'll talk.
Okay.
I'd like to ask one question about the brand. Our plot.
Okay. Everyone all right? Okay, Meredith, let's start down administration then.
Okay, administration, this is the director's office. And you'll see yourselves in here, 0830, that's the commission budget. That's where all of your per diem, travel, everything comes out of. The biggest component of this budget, of course, is the commission's vehicle fleet. And so each year, 100% of any of our replacement vehicles and or new requested acquisition of vehicles is in this category. Our personnel budget is here, and you would think, as many times as I've looked at this presentation and all of these numbers, finally this morning at 7 a.m. one stood out to me, and it's the personnel line. We do need to make an adjustment there. I failed to include any funds for salaries for those three individuals. So when I request for approval, it will be $325,000 more
Okay,
to account for that.
director's office doesn't want to go, you're on just gratitude?
What a novel concept.
And I didn't intend to go through details in particular for any of the programs, just highlight the changes from a budget standpoint, but please feel free if you guys have any questions. Yeah,
Mr. President,
Commissioner.
may I?
Yes, sir, John, go ahead.
Where in the budget would I find the benefits, the insurance, those payments?
President Brokaw, Commissioner Masterson, and I'm assuming you're referring to benefits and insurance for full-time employees. and
Yes, I'm
temp-
sorry. Yeah.
So they are commingled with every single one of our budgets that has an employee in it. So for example, 0810, Director's Office Administration, Director Nesvik, Deputy Director Kennedy, and Deputy Director Bruce. Those are all three paid out of that budget. And so amongst that 1.5 million is their salaries, their insurance, the fringe associated with all of them. And that goes for every employee throughout each of them.
All right. Thank you.
So the Communication and Education Division, as I mentioned, this will be a brand new division from a budgeting standpoint going into FY '24. So you'll notice there's several units that are zero, and there are the 4 at the top that of course have a 24 amount. Essentially, the ones at the bottom are now rolled up into the ones at the top. So Conservation Education, Hunter Ed, R3, the magazine, publications, all media, and videography. These are the types of activities that are within the Conservation Education division. Again, as I mentioned, Trout in the Classroom and the National Archery Shooting Program, in the schools program, excuse me, Hall of Fame, printing, and then the other thing that has gone up and is also spread throughout different programs is catering. So this work group does a lot of programs at the Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp. And in order to have students there and staff there and the public there, we also acquire catering services, and those have, you may imagine.
Yes,
Can you explain to the commission, and I'm kind of perplexed by it. The department did away with all of the printing, all of the regulations and stuff sent out, and then you tell the commission that it's up $40,000 from last year. From last year, we didn't even have any printed regulations, hunting and fishing, anything that download. So why?
by the increase?
President Brokaw, Commissioner Roberts, we did print regulations last year, not to the level that they had been historically because of the paper supply issues and our contractual service issues, but we did expend dollars to print through local printing options, multiple different contracts with smaller print shops, some regulations.
I've never seen any regulations around the state.
They were handed down.
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, so there were regulations printed and distributed to all the regional offices. And then I don't know where the rest of those were distributed, but we did print as many as we could. We did contracts with the prison system. We did other smaller level contracts to do some, but just wasn't at the same level.
And Chief Osterlin just remind me, all the fishing regulations as well were printed last week. And so the cost of printing in general plus paper.
She knows this well.
You're doing great, Meredith. Nish, would you like to add something?
President Brokaw, members of the commission, yes. So we printed approximately 15% of our normal amount of regulations last year, and we did distribute them to all of the regional offices. And then we provided QR codes and some other material to LSAs. We also gave LSAs that requested printed regulations a certain amount, but that was the overall number. And then this year, I know in discussions with the Wildlife Division, we're printing significantly more, and the plan is to actually provide printed copies to the LSAs as well. And also, especially in some of the smaller, more rural communities, being able to have them at the bait shops and some other areas. So you'll see a significant increase from there. But the contract kind of put us in a bind last year. And so we did, as Director Nesvik said, contract with local and then also with the Department of Corrections to have a number of the regulations printed through all means we could.
Thank you.
Folks that are asking about what happened to the printing, like they would expand a little bit more on that this year.
Mr. President and Commissioner Roberts, absolutely. And also we will deliver extra regulations this year to anybody who requests it in their region and their areas that needs them. And the only difference is that we are going to maintain the virtual option as well online. That was very successful as well. We had, I can't remember the exact number, but I think it was around 14,000 people access that and print them at home for the different regulations. So we're going to keep that. But we are going to provide way more copies this year. We just didn't have the paper last year, and neither did the printer. So it wasn't that we didn't want to, we just couldn't.
So the next division is the fiscal division. And the fiscal division is pretty much made up of two primary sections. We have our licensing section, we have our general accounting section. Some of the changes from a budgetary standpoint, again, printing that also goes for licenses themselves. The cost of doing business is just higher for that. And then we also have a category within fiscal division called legislative expenses. And there was an increase there for the cost allocation component of the legislative expenses. Any question on fiscal division? All right, and services division. Services division is quite diverse. There's the Game and Fish Lab, Habitat and Access, so operation and maintenance of all of our WHMAs and access areas, feed ground maintenance, IT, all of the IT and GIS is in services division, as well as support facilities, which is all of the 8 regional offices, including headquarters. So as far as a budget, the budget changes between 23 and 24 for services division. Again, this is where a lot of the deferred maintenance and capital construction dollars are housed for the Pinedale and Casper Regional Office focus. We also have some focus on a capital construction project at the Horse Creek Road at that feed ground. President Brokaw.
Meredith, I have a question in services. Conservation engineering. At the committee level, we talked about backlog of engineering. We've got all this money and all these projects, and that's our bottleneck, engineering, get it out on the ground. We talked about an in-house engineer, additional in-house engineer or contracting out. Is this increase in that for an FTE, or are we looking at still contracting out most of our engineering?
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Mr. President, that does include 2 positions that were recently added to the engineering branch.
Good.
to-
And not much more is different between the 23 to 24. In that a fish division, of course, is responsible for all of the 10 hatcheries and regulations around the state, as well as aquatic invasive species. And boating access.
Mr. President, may I?
I have several, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Commissioner Masterson.
Did I hear you say, the hatchery and rearing stations includes, adding a hatchery? I might have misheard you.
Commissioner Masterson, I did not say that.
Okay.
It was
Added a hatchery house.
a house.
Oh,
Thank
excuse me,
you.
yeah. And it's not adding a house, it's replacing a house, so.
Great, thank you.
Vice President Ladwig, did you
No,
have
I
a
was
question?
just-
Okay. All right, Commissioner Robertson.
Mr. President, Commissioner, Director, Commissioner Roberts. We actually have a house in the plan and we're still not positive. It may be at the Auburn Fish Hatchery. It may be at Spees and it may be at Story. And it's a long story to tell you, but we're still working that out as it's been kind of dynamic planning recently. But we've had a plan to try to replace one warden station and one hatchery house every year. And we just have had some things that have come up right here at the recently that have made make me give you kind of a non-answer answer.
President Brokaw.
Yes, sir.
In my understanding, now I don't know, maybe somebody could do some recollection for me, but
I think he's asking you to turn your microphone on.
That I thought we had basically bought and paid for the Auburn hatchery house. And then it was my understanding that we also added the Auburn hatchery house with the Jackson project at one point. And we were going to put them all into one because the Auburn house has been on the table for numerous years, right? Am I incorrect when I think that it had something to do with the Jackson housing that we were discussing? And why are we meshing? I'm just kind of confused, I guess.
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts. So at one point, because we were using the same potential contractor, it was lumped together. The Auburn House was lumped together with the Jackson Housing Project. The discussion that we had yesterday regarding Jackson Housing took that out. That was not part of, and so what we're talking about here is a completely separate budget line item for a replacement of a hatchery house. They've got several priorities. We can only do one a year. And so what Dirk's describing is they just haven't finalized which should be the next one based on the current need and current priority. Am I right, Dirk?
Yeah, yes, Director, and what we can get done is the other challenge, but so Auburn's on the list.
It was just my understanding that Auburn was the list. I mean, that was the house we were concentrating on for as long as I can remember. And I don't just know how it's getting pushed to the side.
Contractor fails. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Commissioner, Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts. It's been the contracting and construction reality that has bid us. We've been trying to do it. We had it in the budget. We were going to do it. We couldn't afford, we couldn't get a contract. And there were a lot of people up there that are really busy and not very interested in a state job. And so we said, well, let's try rolling it in with this Jackson project and maybe that will work. And so now we're regrouping again. So we're going to build a house at Auburn. And I'm, I hope maybe this year, but it just the finances and the reality of having like money in your budget and getting contractors who want to come do that job have made that one have drug it out over time, sir.
Thank you.
And Meredith or Eric or even you, Derek. So in our fiscal 23 budget, we approved your Auburn house. That money hasn't gone away. That authorization is still intact. So it's sitting over here. Now, when we talk about our fiscal 24 house, that's an additional funding for another house to keep us on our goal of one fish house annually. Is that correct?
Mr. President, no, it's not. So we did not have the money for the Auburn house we do not in this current budget year because we were going to roll it in with the Jackson project. So we didn't have a separate line item for Auburn.
Okay.
We had Auburn in a couple years ago. It didn't work. And so
It's
that
off.
money reverted.
Back because of contracting. And so once you investigate, get contract, you'll come back. We'll still try and reach that goal of a house.
Sure.
Okay, very good. Go ahead,
Other
Meredith.
questions on fish division?
You notice it's always fish division that causes all the questions.
So moving on to the wildlife division, our largest division, of course. They have several different programs and sub-programs and lots of facilities, 52 game warden houses, 2 bird farms, Thorne Williams Research Facility, enforcement, of course, biologists. The Access Yes program is in the wildlife division. Again, some of those major differences between FY 23 and 24 are the increase to landowner payments for those Access Yes leases that we have with folks to provide hunting and fishing access. The caller fee data services on a lot of our wildlife callers. Flights, of course, that's part of the inflationary grouping of items and equipment repair and maintenance. There's lots and lots of equipment out there that's necessary for the accomplishment of program priorities. Any questions on wildlife division?
I don't see any. Go ahead. Well done, wildlife division. Take note, fish division.
This is one of the rare times when wildlife division didn't create some kind of a problem.
I think wildlife division is exemplary division.
So at the conclusion of wildlife division, that wraps up the commission's standard budget portion, and the grand total for the standard budget will be 98,224,875, and that's with the additional 325 for those 3 positions that I mentioned that I failed to account for. So if there's no questions on the standard, I can move into the requested preliminary one-time projects for FY 24.
Would you say that number again, captured with
Yes,
the minus the 325 was 98 million?
98,224,875.
All right. One-time projects.
One-time
Go ahead.
projects. So the one-time projects are split up into two separate groups. One is previously approved by the commission or prior commissions. And you can see that list on the screen there. It comes out to just shy of 2.8 million. The invasive grasses project, we're in year 2 of that for an additional 250,000 moving into FY 24. Mule Deer Initiative, which you are familiar with hearing each November, I believe those are presented, or January. We're in year 9 of 10 of that, going into FY 24 at $500,000 per year. The 4th of a 5th year on the Wyoming Range Mule Deer Wild Harvest Initiative. FY 24 will be year 4 of 5. You just heard an excellent presentation associated with that. Year 2 of the 5-year large Wyoming mule deer herd study for 1.2 million. And then year 2 of the long-term easement commitment on Bear River Divide for 400,000. So those are previously approved by either each of you or prior commissions. The second group are the new requests, and I can read through them or you can read through them. If you have any questions or would like additional information on any of them, the divisions are standing by. There's one change, I believe Commissioner Roberts, specifically the Tillet Rearing Station building for 187. There's also been a change on that particular project. We got some more complete estimates, and that's actually for the production pond renovation and weatherport cover at Tillet. And the grand total will not be 187, but it's anticipated at 330,000. With that, President Brokaw, I will stand for any questions on the one-time projects or the standard budget. Or I would like to request Commission's authorization and approval of your preliminary FY 24 standard and one-time project list with the approval for us to move forward in entering into grants and agreements prior to July 1.
Any questions on the one-time? Go ahead, Commissioner Roberts. Okay, let's finish up the one time. Nothing there. Okay, question on grants, go ahead.
Okay, could you break down the grants of $6 million just a little bit? Or do we have grant writers in the department?
President Brokaw, Commissioner Roberts, we have a lot of excellent grant writers in the department, none of them specifically tasked to write grants. So there's a tremendous effort all through the field, up through administration, director's office, to write grant proposals and requests for a myriad of funding opportunities, which we are extremely successful in obtaining to enhance commission priorities.
How do we base the 6 million? How do we know that?
So the 6 million is really just, it's an amount that we need you all, the commission, to approve, because the way those reimbursable grants work is just that, they are reimbursable. So we need permission to spend your dollars and then request reimbursement for those dollars. And 6 million is the number that seems to be relatively consistent over time. So that's why it's that amount.
Thank you. I cleared up.
Mr. President, I have a question.
Yeah, go
just
ahead.
In general,
Commissioner Bell.
Meredith, thank you. How do we handle like the cash carry on all the round numbers, and how do we handle that carryover if a project, like we talked about, a house that, you know, if it doesn't get built this year, it just gets put back in the budget? How do we handle that, and how does that, how do we track that? And I guess my next question is follow-up is, if there's not carryover, then how do we do like line item transfers or things? Because I know when doing budgets this large, we're not always perfect, and we don't always know what's going to happen that year. So how do we handle those things?
Yeah, President Brokaw, Commissioner Bell, that's a great question. So anything, number one, that doesn't get expended or reserved for a project in the future under all of the accounting rules and regs, under the state budget office, auditor's office, all of those things, that money doesn't leave the commission. So it stays in your operating fund until it's expended. Whether it's earmarked or not, that's where it resides. So at the end of the year, if something doesn't come to fruition, the money just stays right where it's been the whole time, making money for the department and the commission. If we have a project like a house, for example, and we can get it under contract before the end of the fiscal year, the funds are reserved in the year that you guys all approve them for. Unfortunately, if we can't get it under contract, the rules and regulations say that money must be reverted, which for all the other agencies means goes to the general fund, but not for obviously Game and Fish Commission funds. They stay within the commission. So if the project were to come up again at a future time when it was more feasible to get it implemented, then you would all have to approve those dollars for the project at a second time.
Let me add a little bit there
Okay,
too.
great.
So the other thing that happens is, and this is just I'm sure you saw this with the county commission, we don't fully execute 100%. Because the budget's a guess. I mean, it's a really good guess. It's based on facts and data, but we don't execute the entire budget. Usually we're in there at 90 to 92%. Meredith, is that right?
92 to 94. We projected at 95 just to be conservative, but
And so each year when we begin the process, a whole bunch of things just kind of get reset. Meredith has to take and look at everything that did get executed, those that didn't, and she has to do a new summary sheet that shows within our operating account each different pot. And so, the way that I oftentimes explain the different pots of money within the same account are, there's kind of the checking account, which is the approved budget. That money is then carved out and accounted for within the same account, but its own kind of like the checking account. And then we have an amount of money that is the commission has put as the rainy day account reserve. Right now it's at about 5 months operating cash, 5 months worth of operating budget. Okay, that money's actually, it's carved out too, and it's actually invested in pool A through the treasurer. Okay, then we have another, it's still in the operating account, but we have another pot, and that's money that you all have said we're going to department go spend this money over the long term. Jackson Housing is an example. We haven't spent hardly any money on that yet, but that's carved out too and accounted for within the account. The money's there, but it's not, it's carved off to the side to make sure we don't spend it. And then what's left over is the discretionary pot that we use to estimate what's reasonable for one-time spending. And so that has to be reset each year. And Meredith has to do a lot of projections on revenue, expenditures, execution rates, all that kind of stuff so that we can plan appropriately when we do start putting the budget together for your consideration.
Thank you for that, Mr. Director, and Meredith, I appreciate it. We'll just chalk that up to some orientation for me. So appreciate it.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Speaking of orientation, the grants line, in the revenue, it's 6 million, and in the budget, it's 6 million. So, at a glance, it would appear to me that, that's a wash as far as those two items, but we're pulling in funds that go into other buckets. Is that-
Mr.
Go
President,
ahead.
Commissioner Masterson, if I understand correctly, so it is a wash, no matter how you square up grants. If it comes in at 6 million or 2 million or 8 million, it will be 6 million, 2 million, 8 million on both sides.
Mhm.
So we'll spend your commission dollars first, and then we'll ask for reimbursement from our funding partners through all those awards that we were successful in obtaining. So it's in there for really from an accounting rules and requirement standpoint that you gave us permission to spend your dollars and then have those reimbursed to us.
And the 6 million returns money that goes into the different divisions, or in other words, we're not spending. I know this is a ridiculous question, but at first glance, you look at it and you go, we're spending 6 million to get 6 million. That's what I'm just trying to clarify.
That's correct. That's exactly correct. Because we don't receive any awards paid in advance.
Mhm.
So if we get an appropriation for $1 million and we spend 500,000, we only have 500,000.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing too, that's maybe this is a good opportunity is to talk a little bit about federal aid and PR. Because it's a little bit different and I'll just ask Meredith to talk about that reimbursement and how we get it years later and how we handle that in the budget and how we project revenue based on our PR allocation.
Sure. President Brokaw, Director Nesvik. So PRDJ is the Pittman Robertson Dingle Johnson Wildlife and Sportfish Restoration Act funds that are administered through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And those are dollars collected from the excise taxes on the sale of hunting and fishing, sporting goods, motorboat fuels, equipment and supplies. The dollars are collected into a pool and through a formula are distributed amongst all of the eligible states and territories through size of the state, population, and number of certified licensed hunting and fisher or hunters and anglers. So just for example, in 2023, the appropriation made to the Wyoming Game and Fish or the state of Wyoming administered to the Wyoming Game and Fish Department is 27 million in grand total. So that's wildlife restoration and sport fish restoration combined. But when I say 27 million, it doesn't mean we got a check for 27 million. These funds were collected through all of that, earmarked and allocated to the state. And then we have to, on an annual basis and a 5-year period, submit work plans, proposals. We have to do essentially a grant proposal and agreement to ensure that the Game and Fish Commission agrees to implement those dollars per all the rules and regulations that fall within those acts. Everything has to be eligible, not eligible, so on and so forth. For example, one of the things that is not eligible for the use of those funds is law enforcement. Anything law enforcement and or that will generate revenue. So our licensing systems, license sales, and so forth. None of those activities are eligible. But it leaves a tremendous amount of other things that are eligible. And we don't say, for example, this particular project will get X amount of this PR and X amount of license dollars and so on and so forth. The bottom line is the project costs what the project costs. And then through the accounting on the back end, we determine what will actually pay for it. If it's license dollars only from a law enforcement standpoint, then so be it. Or if it is eligible for PR or DJ on both either side, then we will go through the necessary steps to request that reimbursement down from those respective pots. Did that kind of get to where you wanted?
It did. That was excellent. And I think the other thing that's important here is that we've always been able to have enough projects to be able to receive our entire allocation of those federal aid dollars. And that's not always the case in some states. Some states they don't have enough match money to be able to use all that money, but we've come close, but we've been able to do it.
Yeah, and that did remind me about the timing thing. So 27 million doesn't mean cash in hand. We have to go through the process as just described. And it doesn't mean that we will hit the 27 in one particular year. But again, through the rules and regs of the programs, we're able to carry that forward, expend it down the following year, but we do not end up in a reversion situation. And it has a 25% match if I didn't mention that.
The other thing too that is important with this, and we deal with this all the time when we're having discussions with our legislators, is there's rules on that federal aid, and we are what's called a CMS state, which means that in order to continue to receive those federal funds and not end up in a situation where we have a diversion, the commission has to maintain control of your funds, and they have to be spent on a wildlife purpose or a qualifying purpose. And so we can't have a situation without creating a diversion where Wyoming legislature says you're going to spend this much money on this particular item. That can't happen, which is really important because we do have that. Oftentimes we'll have folks that don't understand how this works will come and think that Game and Fish should help out with some type of a project or expenditure. And a lot of times if it's not within your control or on a qualifying project, then we can't do that.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Director Nesbitt. There are two statutes that protect licensed dollars, one for the terrestrial side and one for the aquatic side, and those are required to be eligible to participate under the PRDJ program as well.
Very good. Okay, any other questions? Okay, now Meredith, remind me, you had two asks. One was to approve the preliminary.
Standard.
Yep, the standard budget and the one-time list of projects for your FY 24 allocation of funds. And the amounts, again, because I had those two changes, are slightly different, but I can give those to you right now. So the standard budget was that $98,224,875. And the one-time list of projects with the adjustment to that Tillet project is $5,241,780. Lower.
President
was
Brokaw,
that?
or we need two separate motions on that, or would you?
Yeah, let's.
We do it
let's-
all in one.
Let's do it in two. Question down here?
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
Commissioner Masterson. Go.
Can I get that number one more
You
time
bet.
for the one time?
Absolutely. $5,241,780.
Thank you.
Vice President.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Meredith, and thank the staff for all the work they put into this budget. As a member of the subcommittee, we were pretty much involved with it. I think it's significant to understand that, and I had this verified with the director, this is the first time the budget of the Game and Fish Department has exceeded $100 million. It's pretty significant that that money is being put into the wildlife in the state of Wyoming. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the standard budget for fiscal year 2024.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on that motion? Hearing and seeing none, all those commissioners in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, your workload continues. Now on to the one-time expenditures of 5.2 million. What's our pleasure?
Mr. President, I move to approve the one-time projects.
Thank you, Commissioner Belzer. Second. Second from Commissioner Jolovich. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay. Where are we now? One break. Want to go?
We're good to keep going. We got. What time does lunch start?
Right around 12, a little bit before 12.
Okay, so we'll probably keep marking.
Yep, let's keep going. So the next item I have, Chief Phipps, is agenda item 11. Fiscal division, our one-day window for preference points in the leftover draw and non-residents.
Thanks, Commissioner Brokaw, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. There was this little thing going on for about the past year plus called the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force. I think most of you are familiar with that and a lot of the work that they've done. So basically, I'm here to talk to you about a recommendation that the task force sent to the commission concerning providing residents basically a one-day preference in the leftover draw. So a little background about the leftover draw. It was approved by the commission in April 2017. It was either, and that was before my time. So maybe it existed before that and it went away, or it was resurrected. I'm not quite sure about that, but I do know the commission approved the leftover draw in April of 2017. And some of the considerations that they had looked at the time was fair and equitable allocation of licenses. But it was not without challenges. You know, there were complaints about internet speed and the ability to purchase right at 8 a.m. You know, some larger towns had good internet, some smaller towns didn't have good internet. On the Game of Fish side, you know, our systems were evolving at the time. We had some system failures related to, you know, bandwidth or, you know, however many people get online all at once. There were some crashes. So the department invested in IT resources, really shored up their website access, and, you know, looked at, impacts to the department technology use during the first few hours and those communication difficulties. Most of those have been addressed. The public comments at the time were they supported the leftover draw, but they wanted to maintain the ability for anybody to do it. So background, leftover draw comes in, we work through some challenges, and here we are. So what is the leftover draw? So leftover licenses from the primary draw, basically a leftover that it's predicated on the licenses that were unsubscribed from the primary draw. So there's licenses left over. Every resident that applies has opportunities for licenses in the initial draw. So for example, you know, Phipps can put in for antelope, and I put in for, you know, full price license first. Then I got two other choices, right? I put in a second choice and a third choice. So there's three choices full price, and two of the choices reduced price. So there's lots of opportunities for residents there. However, a lot of residents, they just put in for their first choice and they don't get to their second or third choice, right? The theme with all that is there's lots of opportunity there for resident applicants. The next thing that's kind of neat about the leftover draw is residents and non-residents can apply together in the same party. That's pretty cool in the leftover draw. It has a very short application period for folks looking for leftover licenses. It's usually 1 work week, a Monday through Friday. And this year we're looking at having it like June 19th through June 23rd, somewhere in there. Then the task force, right? The task force discussed this at length. And Jennifer did a great job in presenting some 2022 data concerning initial draw, party applications. And most of the folks don't include a second choice on a party application because maybe everyone in the party agrees, hey, we want to hunt this, but as a second choice, if we don't get this, we all don't want to hunt together, right? Hunter choices. That's a factor in, it seems like everything that we try to do or every problem we chase in licensing, you know, hunter choices. So anyhow, information was presented to the commission there. Here's some stats that the task force took a look at. So as an example, antelope, there were 7,938 unsuccessful party applicants. So that many folks put in and they were unsuccessful in their party applicant. 41% of those did not include a second choice. Of those unsuccessful applicants, only 33% came back looking for a leftover license in antelope. So what's the message there? The task force heard the argument from the public at the time of, well, that's where I get my second antelope tag, or that's where I get my third antelope tag is in the leftover draw. Well, not everybody's coming back for that. Only 33%, if you think of it that way. And deer and antelope numbers are very similar there. Subsequently, concerning like second antelope licenses that folks might be looking for, the task force recommended and the commission directed to the department already that, you know, everybody can have one full price antelope license. So that's in place in the initial draw. That's true. So, so anyhow, the task force recommends to the commission, that the Game and Fish Commission adopt, basically a 1 day, preference for residents in the leftover draw. So how would we do that in the department? What would that look like? So I think the first thing is to recognize the difference of what the task force recommended and what's kind of important for the department, to handle efficiency of communications and efficiency of draw procedures. So the task force recommended a 24-hour window for resident preference. On the department side, and my licensing application comes in, it's got a date timestamp on it, right? So we'll sort out the residents, for that first 1 day window. And that's how we would know. And then we'll take care of that one. They get the preference and we take care of the rest. The other thing that this complicates for our leftover draw is we have no way to exclude those mixed party applications for residents and non-residents, because this is a resident preference in the leftover draw, right? So that's the other piece. The bottom line with all this for the department, it can be done. It does add complexity for the draw, and from an opportunity perspective for residents, it really doesn't impact that many folks overall. So that's the task force recommendation. That's kind of the purview of what we're looking at for it. And with that, I've delivered my information. I'll stand for whatever questions you may have.
I'm sure we're gonna have some. Commission? Oh, Mark's solid. So I missed some numbers, Greg. So leftover licenses.
7, Mr. President. That's a number. Were you missing that one?
No, ironically, I'd written down 7. You had talked about leftover tags. Your example was antelope. There was 7,000 and some.
Yes, Mr. President, that was for antelope, there were 7,938 unsuccessful party applicants.
Okay,
So they put in as a party and they were unsuccessful in the initial draw. 61% of those applicants that were unsuccessful did not indicate a second choice. And then of those 7,938, only 33% of those applicants came back to the leftover draw. Most of them were, 70% of them were like, well, I didn't get my first choice on a party, so I'm not going to apply for leftover.
I think that's where my question is going. After the leftover draw, currently with residents, non-residents, first come, first serve. After that attempt, are there still leftover tags, or do we exhaust? Are we still oversubscribed on the second draw?
So, Mr. President, to answer your question, the initial draw, there's unsubscribed. Then we do the leftover draw. And after the leftover draw, there are some areas that have unsubscribed tags remaining. Those go into the first come, first served piece, but we got to do the leftover draw first. So we got the initial draw, the leftover draw, and then first come, first served.
Okay. So current system, residents get multiple opportunities. They're not disenfranchised with competition from non-residents. Any other questions from the commission?
Mr. President,
President,
so
go ahead.
Commissioner Bell?
great, thanks. So Greg, great job summing up. I feel like you were at all those meetings. We had extensive conversation about this and what was the task force doing for residents, for resident hunters. This was one thing that it may not be a very big issue, but it certainly was to the comments that we got from the resident folks that wanted to see how they could have, if they were sending in for a party, didn't want to send in for a second choice because they all couldn't agree on a second choice, that they had an opportunity to get one of those leftover licenses before a non-resident. Because most of those, if we look at the numbers, most of those licenses, especially this really is my area. I mean, in Campbell County, Crook County, Johnson County, Sheridan County areas where we typically have a lot of antelope, maybe not, for the next few years, but there's a lot of unsubscribed licenses because there's a lot of private land. And so
resident folks, they're not capitalizing on that, second and third choice in the initial draw. So they're looking for a preference in the leftover draw. Those opportunities are there, but it's complex. And I think a lot of folks just don't understand it.
And Mr. President, the ones, and we had and outside the task force too, I've had this discussion. It seems like hundreds and hundreds of hours, but One of the things I do hear from some of those folks that are really passionate about this issue is, well, I want to know what the field looks like. I don't want to predict where I might want to go. I want to put in, see if I draw, and then see what the leftover licenses look like and which areas have more and which have less before I decide on my second license or my second choice. And again, I'm not at all, there's a lot of opportunity if somebody wants to make sure they put in for a second, third choice to get a license. But that's one of the things I just heard, and I thought I should relay that.
And Chief Phipps, do you have the number of, on the party apps, how many people actually put in for party app, a total number instead of just applications?
I have that for the, or President Brokaw, Commissioner Ladwig, I have that for the leftover draw, those 2021 numbers from the leftover draw. But I don't have that for the initial draw. Do you want the ones from the leftover draw?
Not necessarily, no. That's all I have. I just trying to get a number.
So Chief Phipps, the way I understand it is you're looking for direction from the commission for the department to continue to work on the task force recommendation. Is that correct?
President Brokaw, I am just providing information based on the task force recommendation to the commission. And what the background of it was, what the task force took a look at, what the leftover draw is not. And then if the commission chose to implement a 1-day preference, then some concerns and some challenges from the department perspective. That is it.
Okay, that's very well said what I was thinking. I didn't say that. Anything else from this front table? I do have some sheets, some public input on it. So if we're ready to go there, the first one I have is Mr. Shaw with Mountain Pursuit IT. Do you have him on the Zoom?
Hello, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Can you hear us, Mr. Shaw?
Yes, sir, I can. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, speak right up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and the commission, thank you for considering this issue today. And I especially want to thank Mr. Bell for helping it get to this point. This is kind of forgotten. This was approved 14-1 at the Wildlife Wyoming Task Force in September. And a 14-1 vote to give the resident preference for leftover tags. Just a little background, this 24-hour head start isn't unique. New Mexico already does this for its residents. So this is something that another state is doing for its resident hunters. This wasn't presented in the information, but I took a look at the 2021 leftover tag draw results. And overall, resident hunters received just 35.9% of those tags, and that's for all the different species. Part of that is because more non-resident hunters may be putting in for tags overall. Part of it might be because, for example, resident hunters only received 9% of the total leftover doe and fawn antelope tags. And a big reason for that is a lot of those tags are available only on private land, and resident hunters don't want to pay access fees. But regardless, in terms of especially cow-calf elk tags, which is a big deal for a lot of resident hunters, just want to get another cow for their families. In 2021, the leftover tags, resident hunters only received 40% of the total. So 60% of the cow-calf tags leftovers in 2021 went to non-resident hunters. Resident hunters have preference in all tag allocation, but we don't have it for leftover tag allocation. We go in a pool just with all the other non-resident hunters. And this is a simple Wyoming first thing. Why does New Mexico treat its resident hunters when it comes to leftover tags better than Wyoming does? And so that's how come we advocated for this. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Shaw? All right, thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to public comment at this time? Then I think I would turn to Commissioner Bell for your recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. So I would, Mike, I guess I do have one question, maybe Greg. If this is something that we want to go forward, we would be looking at a 2024 implementation, correct?
President Brokaw, Commissioner Bell, it would have to, yeah, we would have to have everything figured out, you know, by the end of December, I think, this year, in order to.
Yeah, we
at
can't
this.
do it because we got to change the reg.
Oh,
So we would have to go through the entire reg process, which would not allow us to do it for this coming June. We don't have enough time. So to answer your question, it would be for the following leftover draw the following year, 2024.
Okay, thank you. And so, Mr. President, I guess I would like to see at least us move this into the next step. And so if I need to make a motion to move that into the next step to look at a 1-day opportunity for leftover licenses for residents, then I guess that's the motion.
I would consider that a motion to direct the department to looking into writing a reg on this issue. Is there a second? Second by, excuse me, I burped when I said it. Is there any more discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed? That motion carries. Department has direction. Thank you. Agenda item 12. Eric, Chief Wiltringer with our Jackson housing situation.
Good morning, President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, members of the commission. Quick Jackson housing update. And I guess before I start, I just want to thank Meredith, our CFO. You know, in my previous lifetime, I moved nuclear weapons for over 10 years, and our budget process, while it's not moving a nuclear weapon, it's pretty close. A lot of work goes into that. And from the direction of our director, Deputy Director Kennedy and Bruce, we were successful this year again, and we'll continue to be successful with our budget process. But thank you, Meredith. So quick Jackson housing update. And if you have questions, just stop me. I know that we've got 2 new commissioners, so I might not be able to answer them all today. I think over the next few months, you'll have a better understanding of where we've been and where we're trying to get to. As far as the Jackson housing update, we've been working with the Conservation Engineering branch meticulously, trying to figure out exactly what those units will look like. So we've been working through, and we've got it nailed down to 3 floor plans for design, 2 for the single family residence, and then 1 design for the seasonal unit that we're proposing. Jorgensen, who we're under contract with for our design services, they've been working pretty tirelessly with YDOT, trying to figure out about our approach, if we need to change that. And then our construction manager at risk is Dick Anderson Construction. And we've worked with them tirelessly also to kind of figure out what this process will look like and when we'll get a GMP, which is the gross maximum price. We should have that available for our June retreat. And a few things will take place between now and then. Currently, what we need to do, and I talked to President Brokaw about this, is I'm asking the commission for approval to allocate and spend $11,550 for design services. So that's in addition to the current contract. It's going to be pulled out of the Jackson housing budget to take our design that we worked with Jorgensen on and send to Stratford for a modular design company. They will then take those designs and work them through their system so that they have an idea of exactly what we're looking at. So that's a commission ask today for $11,550 to spend out of the Jackson housing budget. Also, Dick Anderson Construction is currently working with local contractors to try to nail down pricing so that they can put together that GMP for June. Next month, probably, I believe in April, we'll be ready to talk about a deposit that will need to be put down from the commission to secure our spot in the assembly line at Stratford and also start building those units. So we're going to be looking at probably next month, a 20% down payment of the total project, which we don't have that cost yet. I stand for any questions on Jackson Housing.
Chief, this money you're talking about, that's already allocated in the budget. If you just want to transfer it to a different organization,
That is correct, Commissioner Ladner.
11,550.
Correct.
Is there any discussion from the?
May I follow
Yeah.
that up?
Yes, sir.
If it's being transferred, where's it coming from?
President Brokaw, Commissioner Masterson, we currently have the budget of, it's less than 11.7, but that was the total budget. That's in the commission dollars. It's already allocated for. So we would just be pulling 11,550 out of that allocation that's there.
All right.
to Keep this project moving.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. President, one thing I just want to add to that. So we've made a decision that if we're gonna do, if it's a change order, if it's different than what we planned in the original bid or contractor, we're gonna come to the commission and just make sure you have awareness. I mean, I know this amount is like a very small amount, $11,000, but we decided it's important because it's a change order that you're involved and that you have the ability to weigh in on it. So, and we're gonna do that along the way. If we have other change, we probably will have other change orders. We'll be coming back to you, but it doesn't we're not asking for an additional allocation of budget. We're asking you to spend it in a little bit different way than we projected.
Yes, sir.
I'd second.
Motion second. Is there any further discussion on that? Thank you for that.
Take just a technicality.
Hearing none, all those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Apologies, no green light. That motion carries. Eric, you need anything else?
No, sir.
Good?
Thank you.
Thank you.
From just chatting.
Let's keep rolling. I did when I was out in the hall though, the pizza smells awfully good.
Maybe this is a.
Let's knock off this next item, item 13.
As far as.
Roy, and I need to say publicly that this does involve my family ranch. So I'll introduce the topic. I won't answer any questions and I will not be voting on this issue.
Well, the
So,
problem is, they need.
Mr. Weber, the floor is yours.
And they can't afford to.
All right, Mr. President, members of the commission and Director Nesbitt. This morning I'll be presenting the Pitcher Brokaw right-of-way easement for your consideration.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's all right. For your consideration, I'll go through some of the details of the easement itself. I'll go show some maps of it. And then at the end, I'll be requesting the additional funds for the purchase of the easement itself. So to get under a long-term agreement. So just to show where this is located, it's about a 3.5 mile access road located just south of Arlington in Carbon County. It provides access to a large tract of U.S. Forest Service and some BLM property just south of Arlington. The easement crosses two separate landowners, property owned by the Pitcher family, property owned by the Brokaw family. As President Brokaw just mentioned, he is a member of that family. This easement was previously under a 5-year lease agreement that expired at the end of the 2022 hunting season. And that easement has been in place for the last 15 years, renewed every 5 years. So we have a long history of use of this access road. It has been a benefit to the public out there for the hunting season. And so because we've had the prior use of it, we feel like it makes sense to extend it for a long-term agreement. So we are seeking out a 20-year lease term on this easement. And the benefit of that will be that it will be locked up for the full 20-year term. We won't have to come back every 5 years and renegotiate the easement. And at this time, we have all three parties with agreement on the price of the easement and the term and the conditions of it. So we just think it makes sense to go forward with a long-term agreement at this time. This provides access through properties from August 1st through December 31st of each year. So basically just the hunting season. The total payment for the easement itself is $375,549.14 over the term. And that money will be split evenly between the two families. And we're lucky enough to have the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation agree to contribute $150,000 towards this easement. So I'll defray some of the costs for the commission. And I just want to reach out and say Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, thanks a lot for that help and for partnering on this project and other projects we've had in the past. So they've been a really good partner with us. And so I'll be requesting approval for the remaining $225,549.14 from the commission today. So I'll show some maps now. So this is a zoomed out map showing the location of the easement. You have Arlington right here in the middle and the Interstate 80 running along here. Highlighted in red is the WIC WHMA, just so for reference for anybody who's looking at the map. And the access road runs kind of directly south from Arlington down to this big swath of U.S. Forest Service property. We do have other access points to the U.S. Forest Service, but this is the best location to access this northern section of the Forest Service. So it's a very important location for an access easement. And then this next map just shows the ownership of the land ownership in this area and then the access easement a little bit closer so you can see a little better. The access easement runs from the Arlington interchange. County Road 13 runs directly south from the interchange. And right about Rock Creek, that county road right of way terminates. And so we have it'll be a private road running the rest of the distance all the way to this section of BLM property right here. And then the overall U.S. Forest Service property down here. So it starts off on the Pitcher family, kind of runs over and then it jumps onto the Brokaw family's property and then runs back down around here. And then it jumps back on Pitcher family's property all the way down to this section of BLM property. So I'm requesting approval for the $225,549.14 to be expended over the 20-year term for this access easement. Are there any questions?
Commissioner Roberts, go ahead.
I don't have any questions. I would be willing to move on this if we can.
I have a motion. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Jolovich. Any further discussion?
I just would.
Hearing, seeing none. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Noted, one abstention, myself. Very good, Roy. Thank you. So at this time, we're gonna break for lunch. And we'll resume in an hour. How long do we take for lunch?
1 o'clock.
1 hour. We will resume back here.
110 minutes.
Adjourned.
109.
After lunch part of the meeting. At this time, I would like to note that Commissioner Lundvall, due to weather and family, has been excused. Still having a quorum will proceed. IT tells me we're online. So on our agenda, we're at item number 14. Deputy Chief Smith, Chapter 10.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the commission and Director Nesbitt. Yeah, so a little background here real quick. I think this should be a fairly quick item. Chapter 10 is in its draft form. If you'll remember back to the September meeting in Buffalo, there was a request by the Annex Bar Game Farm to expand the acreage that was allowed in their permit. At that time, the commission considered that and asked the department to go forth and draft that regulation or the rules to the regulation and make those changes. So I'm here before you today to present that. And as part of that process, the department did have public comment available, including one in-person meeting in the Sheridan region. We had pretty limited commenting on this draft regulation. A couple of the comments were not even relevant to this actual issue. One comment supported the draft changes, and there was about 3 comments that did not have support of any game ranch or any expansion. The actual edit is to change their acreage from 23,000 to up to 26,000 acres. And if you'll recall, they had purchased an adjacent parcel to their currently permitted operation a year or 2 ago. And then there was a wildfire that destroyed all of the range fence. And so they wanted to include that into this permit. So that's the gist of it. I do have one floor change that I would ask in the draft regulation that isn't noted. If it's the commission's choice to approve this, I'll include that floor change with you. So I would ask if there's any questions.
Well, Chief Smith, yes, we'll get to questions. I'm looking at the draft right now and I don't see the addition language of 23,000 up to 26.
If you look on page 10 or page 18.
Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. Up to that addition, is there any questions from the commission on that proposed change?
Mr. President, I do have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
You said there were some comments that were expressed, some concerns about it. Can you give me an idea what they were?
President Brokaw, Commissioner Masterson, absolutely. You want the relevant comments or the other?
Yes, and
Okay.
I'm just looking for a summary of them.
Sure. So I had 3 comments received from one person. I do not approve importation of live non-native game animals into the state of Wyoming. Do not allow any more game farms in the state. As long as we only allow this specific farm to operate, I'm okay with that. I disagree with the proposal to increase the size of the farm. And then a pretty strong no to any high fence hunting in the state. And that's really the gist of it. There was, I think, 5 or 6 total comments that were relevant to this topic.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. So yes, Chief Smith, now I would entertain your second amendment you'd like to make.
Thank you, President Brokaw. On page 20, the very last section, section 27, there's an effective date in there. That was an oversight on our behalf. That should be struck. It doesn't have any impact into the gist of the regulation, but we need to strike that as part of this approval.
Very good. That's easy enough. Any more questions from the commission? I don't have any blue sheets on it. Is there anyone here that wants to comment on that? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the commission on the proposed amendments to chapter 10?
Mr. President, I would move the amendment to chapter 10, section 26 D, Romanet 7 as proposed. And if there's no objection, also striking section 27, the effective date.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. That was a well done motion there, new guy. Is there any further
been-
discussion?
I prepared for that for today.
Yes, well done.
President
Yes,
Brokaw.
Commissioner Roberts.
And I'm gonna vote nay on this, of course, because I fundamentally don't believe that like renewed last time when we approved it, I voted nay on it also, but fundamentally, I just don't agree with it. So I just wanted to weigh in and put that on the record that I'll be voting nay on this.
So noted. Any other discussion? Okay, no more discussion. All those in favor of the motion to accept the amendment, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay?
Noted. Motion carries. Anything else, Chief Smith?
That's it. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President.
I have a note. Maybe now it's not the time, Director. Today we needed to address a commissioner assignment to the Animal Damage Board.
You can do that right now if you'd like.
Could you give our new commissioners a little insight onto that commitment, what that means, where they go?
Absolutely. So the Wyoming statutes created the Animal Damage Management Board in the early 2000s. This board is co-chaired by the director of the Department of Ag and myself. It's a board that's made up of, like I said, as far as government goes, myself and the Department of Ag, and then a commissioner. And then there are several members from the public, including livestock producers, members at large, sportsmen. The group meets really about 4 times a year, typically twice in person. The board's responsibility is to allocate funding that is appropriated by the state, usually from the general fund, and then also from other grants and other contributors. It allocates money to predator control projects in those counties that participate in the program and have their own predator management districts. It also allocates the money that is contributed by the Game and Fish Commission each year that is focused on predator projects that have a wildlife nexus or that have a benefit to wildlife. Commissioner Byrd was the last member from this commission that was on the ADMB. And so if there's somebody that's interested, we need to find another commission member.
I would.
Or I'll answer questions if there's,
You
that was
bet.
a pretty short summary, but.
I would seek a volunteer at this time. Making it so I don't have to appoint somebody. We do need representation on the AD board.
We do.
Yeah, we need somebody there.
Mr. President, I guess I'm not actually sure who's on all the other things that we might appoint things to. So certainly the current commissioners that are here well, we're all current commissioners apparently.
That's true.
All the the older commissioners, how's that?
Yeah.
And I don't mean age. I don't know what all the things that they're on. And so
Yeah,
I
so
think that
there's-
would help.
The 2 subcommittees, and the subcommittees are really not a significant time requirement at all, and you could certainly do both. But the subcommittees, the legislative subcommittee is Commissioner Brokaw, Commissioner Roberts, Commissioner Ladwig. Correct?
Correct.
Or budget.
And then you're also legislative too. I think you're doing both.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So those 3 commissioners currently do those 2 subcommittees. Then we have a member of the commission that's on the governor's brucellosis coordination team. And that group hasn't met in, gosh, how long has it been, Jim? It's been a while. Yeah. And so it hasn't been real active, and I'm not sure we even have a commissioner on it. We haven't really worried about it because we haven't met. So the only other one is we do have a commissioner that's on the Wildlife Fund Board of Directors, and that's Commissioner Brokaw. Okay. So am I missing anything, commissioners?
No, I think you're right. So Commissioner Vale,
There is one other.
you'll
So
be able to serve multiple levels if you so desire. Go ahead.
Commissioner Ladwig he is on the Wyoming Outdoor Hall of Fame Selection Committee.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I guess certainly, Mr. President, I would say that you folks that have been here a little longer have the priority if you'd like that position. And so I'm open to whatever. If John would like to be on that,
Excuse me, Mr. President, I would be happy to serve on the Animal Damage Control Board. If I had a magic wand, I would start towards the end of the year when I'm scheduled to age out of about 3 other boards. But I'll figure out a way to make it work.
Thank you, Commissioner Masterson.
But now that I look at my fellow rookie, if we can leg wrestle for it, or
you know
I'm,
what,
I'm also happy to go with the will of the president.
Can we go for an annual assignment and then change that member?
You can do whatever you would like, Mr. President. We are here at your pleasure.
Well, here's what I'd like to do. Commissioner Ladwig said he would step up and do that. So I'm going to give him an opportunity to do that for this next year. Invite the new commissioners to jump in as well on any of these other subcommittees. But Richard, if you'll take the assignment, we'll get you on the Animal Damage Management Board.
I'll do that.
For 1 year.
I'll do that.
Very good. Thank you. Does that need a motion?
No, the president can appoint that.
Thank you. All right, I see Doug's on deck. We're moving on to agenda item 15. Non-resident elk allocation. Good afternoon, Chief.
Thank you,
Breimer.
Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. So this is a check-in with you regarding the steps we're taking to review the non-resident license allocation. And I'll start my presentation here and then kind of be a little more clear to you on what we're asking today is basically just, I guess we're not asking anything. We're just giving you an update on where we're at with this process. So I have about a half a dozen slides. So basically wanted to give you a little bit of background information on where we're at. So if you remember in June 2022, the Wildlife Task Force made a recommendation to remove the 7250 cap. They asked the agency to adopt regions for non-resident general elk licenses. They also asked to implement a process for determining the non-resident general elk license quotas for each of those regions that took into consideration the herd objectives, access to hunting opportunity, resident hunting experience, and hunter pressure. Then in July at the Evanston Commission meeting, the commission directed the department to move forward with the public process to remove that 7250 cap. And at that time, Commissioner Doobie talked a little bit about the concern with changing demands for those geographic areas and not creating areas that became too difficult for people to draw a license as a non-resident. In November, we presented the commission with an update on the proposed timeline. At that point, we had a draft map that we presented that showed 13 different areas, if you remember, non-resident regions, and we posted that to the website. And then in January, we came back to you and gave you an update and summarized those public comments that we received at that point. And so we circle back with our regions. We talked a little bit about the overall intent of the task force's recommendation. We looked at the 13 regions that we had identified, and we really had some smaller areas identified. And then we looked at the recommendation again in terms of how we could apply that and actually meet some of the demand that non-residents might have for an area. And still overall, the overarching goal is to really address what's going on in this part of the state. When you get to the eastern part of the state, we've got hunt areas that are increasing elk numbers. Our managers are bumping up licenses, full price licenses. And if you remember from the license issuance regulation, once you start adding more full price licenses in one area, limited quota licenses, that takes away from that overall number of general license hunters that are available to hunt in the state, because limited quota licenses are drawn, and then the 16% of those limited quota licenses are subtracted from that overall 7250. And so what that does is it undermines the ability to maintain some hunting opportunity in other parts of the state when things are getting more liberal in another area of the state. So in order to preserve where we're at right now, we developed this proposal. We think it's pretty reasonable. It addresses the concerns that the landowners had. If you remember a year ago in January, we had landowners come to the Cheyenne Commission meeting and voice concerns about having the ability to harvest more elk in eastern Wyoming. And we think having a split of the state in 3 areas. So we've got an eastern area, this western area, which is north of I-80 and west of the Bighorns and west of Casper. That blocks it into one area. And then we also went south of I-80 and west of the Snowy Range and the Sierra Madres, which collectively they have an incredible number of hunters there. And so there's a lot of opportunity that's there. We wanted to preserve that area from the eastern side of the state as well. And so again, we took the harvest survey, the areas hunters first reported hunting as non-residents with a general license, And we added up what the total number was for the average for the 3 years for these geographic areas. And that's how we derive the quotas here. And so for the eastern part of the state, what we'd like to do is propose a quota. And this is going to be something we'll be evaluating over the next 6 months. So you won't, or the next, I guess, 4 months. We won't be asking anything be done today, but we're going to post this to the website and then start asking for public comment on this specific proposal. The southern area would maintain a quota of just pretty similar to where it's at right now. And then the west would be, again, fairly close to where it's at as well. And the overall total quota for the state would be 4,300. And as I mentioned earlier, so the 7,250 includes the total number of limit quota licenses and general license non-resident hunters. So when you take away the limited 16% of the limit quota licenses, this is typically what we issue for general licenses in Wyoming. It's about 4,200. The average is a little bit lower than that just because of the numbers of people that don't come to hunt, or they draw a license and then they can't make it. They may ask the agency for the license review board for a refund. So we feel that this is a pretty good starting point. It's pretty much where we're at right now with numbers of non-residents around the state in these 3 areas. But again, it really preserves our ability to address private land concerns in this part of the state, because we can manipulate these numbers every year. We can take these back to the commission and the public on a new quota. And so again, this is just our starting point. And what we're proposing, and I can come back to this map. We'll bring this regulation, the draft regulation is chapter 44, and that'll come to you guys in July of this year. Try and get this to advance. There it is. So comments again will be accepted on the website. In April, we'll post the draft chapter 44. And if you're familiar with 44 is issuance of licenses, and there's a section in there that specifically identifies the 7,250. And as per your direction in July of last year, we are going to have that draft regulation where it has the 7,250 removed, and we'll include a line in that regulation that shows the 3 areas. It'll be a section, new section in that chapter 44 that'll show 3 new geographic areas in Wyoming, the hunt areas that are entailed by those geographic areas, and then that quota that's on this previous map. And then the last bullet on here. So that'll all come to you in July of this year. And we'll bring out we'll summarize the public comments, and we'll bring you a summary of everything that we've heard so far. In January, when I came before the commission, we had quite a few comments already, but a lot of those comments weren't really specific to a draft regulation proposal. So now what we're going to do is we'll have a summary of those comments that we received so far, and then we'll summarize the comments that we get from now until July that are pertain to this chapter 44 change. And so all that stuff will come to you at that July meeting. I think we're in Wheatland, and we'll summarize everything, and we'll ask you to vote at that time on this regulation. And I can't stress enough. So this is like the 4th of these maps that I've drafted in my 30 years working for the department. The first one I did was in 1997 when the biologists and I got together from around this, all of us were on a committee, and we drafted another map that looked, was divided up similar to like the deer regions, but it didn't really get into preserving what's going on in eastern Wyoming. And I think this is our best shot at finding a solution to a problem with growing elk populations in areas that have large private lands where elk are starting to cause problems. And at the same time, it'll hold us to a level in the western part of the state where we know we've got some opportunity and we can provide opportunity for non-residents. And we'd like to maintain that at a level that we can continue to do so. And so with that, I would stand for questions. And if anyone gets to Missoula, you can see that bull elk in the middle there. That's hanging on their wall in Missoula at the Elk Foundation. I think he scored like 436. Was that right? Yeah,
That's a lot of elk.
that was a big elk.
Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Doug, I really like the way this is going. I like that map. I think we're onto something. I like what the department's doing with it. Appreciate it.
Doug, I would agree. I like that map presentation. Now, on those 3 areas and the quotas you had up there today, you said that was a starting point. That could be refined.
So, Mr. President, every year, so this first year, we're gonna have chapter 44. We'll have it outlined in the regulations so that in January of 24, the non-residents that are ready to start applying, we'll be looking at that and kind of seeing what opportunity, what demand they might be up against. And
Okay.
then we're gonna shift that, that quota will be over in chapter 7, which we review every April. And that'll be with the elk managers being able to work with their publics and look at what the opportunities might be for reaching management goals.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? I do have a blue paper on it, so any more from the commission? Okay, thank you, Doug. Stay close. You might be needed some more. I have a blue sheet from Cy Gilland. Afternoon, Cy.
President Brokaw, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt. Basically, I'll keep it short and sweet. The industry, from what I've been able to gather, is totally in support of the way this map is drawn right now. The boundaries look great. And I just wanted to give a huge shout out to Doug and Rick King and all the district supervisors for taking the time to hear us and listen to our concerns about the first map that had the 13 elk regions, which we had some huge concerns about that. It was just too much too quick. And I think this is a great shot. And I know we're excited to dissect the quotas even more with Director Nesbitt and Doug at our convention at the end of this month. But I just wanted to tell you, we really, really appreciate them listening to us and drawing that map the way it looks now, because it's going to work. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission?
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Cy. You good, Doug? All right. Next item for our consideration, Chief Smith, landowner licenses.
President Brokaw, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, what I have is a recommendation similar to what Chief Phipps has presented earlier from the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force. You should have had included a letter that was presented, I think, back in November from the task force with these recommendations on it. There's approximately, I think there's 5 items on here for consideration. And so what I'll do is briefly go through what our current mechanism is and the regulation, just paraphrase it, and then go through each of these recommendations. And similar to Chief Phipps, at the end of this, we'll be basically looking for any direction that you have. If some of these sit well with you or don't, then we'll be open to any direction that the commission has in terms of going forward with the rulemaking process or trying to or develop anything with these greater concepts in mind. So, and I'm new to this, so I'll have to figure out how to go forward. There it is. So first off, the statutory authority that the commission has is for purposes of promoting the maintenance of wildlife habitat and attaining wildlife management objectives. And in addition to all the other duties prescribed, the commission shall promulgate rules and regulations that govern the issuance of elk, deer, antelope, and turkey hunting licenses to Wyoming landowners without subjection to prescribed means of competitive public issuance. And those licenses do require payment of the license fee. In the current regulation, in chapter 44, section 8, the introductory paragraph states that landowner licenses shall only be issued to landowners who own land which provides habitat for antelope, deer, elk, or wild turkeys and meets the requirements that are set forth in the section. Any lands purchased or subdivided for the primary purpose of obtaining landowner licenses shall not be eligible for landowner licenses. The commission authorizes the issuance of these licenses in order to provide the opportunity for a landowner applicant or member of the landowner applicant's immediate family to hunt antelope, deer, elk, or wild turkey on the landowner's property in the case where licenses have been totally limited in number and are only available through a competitive drawing. So I'll highlight a couple of the definitions because our first recommendation from the task force deals with these three definitions. So currently, a landowner means an individual, partnership, corporation, trust, LLC, or any combination of these which own real property in fee simple title or are acquiring equitable interest by written contract. A landowner applicant is an individual who either owns real property by themselves or jointly with other folks, or who holds interest in any of the corporation, partnership, LLC, etc., or a person who is an immediate family member of the individual in that case. And for purposes of this discussion, an immediate family member means the spouse, parent, grandparent, sibling, or lineage. You want me to cycle through it, or can you find slide 5? Back up a little bit. Quite a ways, actually, probably 3 or 4 more slides. I can probably take it from here, Wayne. Or it may not like this particular slide, I'm not sure. Here we are, eligibility requirements. In chapter 44, just to summarize the basic eligibility. So a landowner has to have a minimum of 160 contiguous deeded acres that has to utilize that has to be utilized by the type of big game or wild turkey for which they're applying, to the extent that the land provides food, cover, and water. The other basic requirement is that the landowners need to demonstrate through working with wardens that they have a minimum use of 2,000 animal use days for that particular species. So the 2,000 use days is arrived at any combination of a number of animals times the number of days that they might be present. So if we had 20 elk on a property for 100 days, that would meet the minimum use. Any combination that would equal 2,000. So the next slide is the first recommendation. Well, it's actually just first Phil, but the next slide, first recommendation from the task force is to change the definition of landowner applicant. What it would say is that the landowner applicant means an individual or a member of the landowner applicant's immediate family who owns real property solely or jointly with other individuals or who holds a significant interest in a corporation, partnership, trust, or LLC, which owns real property. And it goes further to define significant interest, meaning ownership of 20% or more of a corporation, partnership, or limited liability company. So basically, it's taken the current definition of landowner applicant, kind of chopped it up a little bit, and it added the requirement to have 20% interest in a corporation and for a landowner applicant to qualify. And I'll just go through a couple things to maybe keep in mind. As written, the recommendation will change eligibility for landowner applicants. It would include immediate family members. So that's just something I wanted to bring up. If it was adopted like this is currently written, it would require an immediate family member to actually have 20% interest in that, of ownership in that property. Whereas now that's not a requirement, just for your knowledge of how that looks. And obviously, if there are other questions or comments, please.
So, Mr. President, I would say that I don't think that was the intent of the task force. That may be the language that, other than Mr. Crank, who was on that, we didn't maybe get the exact language correct, but the significant interest part had to do with ownership, not necessarily the family part of it. So, and Director Nesbitt was there for that, but that was the intent of the letter, and I'm reading it and I signed it. So, I mean, I apparently didn't proof it enough or read it in a legal mind. Thank you.
Yeah, if the commission directs the department to move forward with putting this recommendation into a draft regulation and taking it out to the public and going through the process, we can tweak it to, in a manner that would meet whatever intent you have. And I would agree with you on that. That wasn't the intent. And the other thing that the task force talked about is that really what they were trying to get at here was, making sure that if a ranch, a traditional ranch, was heired to children, and there were 4 children, that you could end up in a situation where if you put the significant interest too high, that none of them would qualify for landowner license. And so it was intended to be, the task force was concerned about the corporate, somebody that owns a share in a large corporation being being qualified as an applicant. And so the task force talked a lot about this could be a range. The commission needs to decide if 20% is the right number or not. So I think we'll take your direction on that. But that was the discussion that led to this recommendation, was making sure that it struck a balance between those two extremes.
Mr. President, I didn't have the opportunity to participate with the task force, so I'm reading it cold, and I appreciate the background information. That was going to be my concern, was drawing that bright yellow line. If you had 6 kids and they were all out living on the place, it'd be an issue. I think there's given what you've commented, I don't think this language captures what you were trying to capture. And there's a lot of options that you could use, like ownership of less than 20% creates a rebuttable presumption that you are not a landowner applicant. I'm sure you're much more creative than I am, but
Deputy Chief Smith will be able to craft language with the right assistance from potentially our counselor and maybe attorneys that are on the commission to make sure we can meet the commission's intent.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, and I will just reiterate, I tried to mention it in my opening comments that I do think there is a bigger intent and a greater concept behind these actual recommendations, but since that's how they came, I thought I should present them that way. So I appreciate the additional feedback from especially the members of the task force. The second recommendation is to address instances where subdivision of lands solely for the purpose of obtaining landowner licenses has been an issue in some places.
not extremely widespread, but it does happen. And so the second recommendation was to include a couple of subpoints, I guess, in the statement of lands purchased or subdivided for the primary purpose of obtaining landowner licenses would mean A, real property previously used for the primary purpose of grazing and production of livestock or agricultural crops, and which has been subdivided into parcels. So basically any subdivision from a property that's been used agriculturally that has been subdivided, or property that's been transferred to a new owner, which was previously used for the purpose of grazing and the production of livestock or crops. And that property is not used by the new owner for the same primary purpose. Like I said, I believe the intent is to bolster the existing regulatory language specific to prohibiting subdividing or selling land for the purpose solely of obtaining those licenses. And so I believe this was an attempt to, I guess, include the agricultural need for those properties and make sure that we're not just doing this for the purpose of receiving those licenses. Recommendation number 3 was aimed at addressing increases in demand by sportsmen and women for hunting opportunity and decreases in license availability in much of the state. This recommendation would basically put a cap of 20% of the number of available licenses in any hunt area that could go to landowner licenses. So as an example, if there was 100 licenses available in that hunt area and 21 landowners applied, then one of those landowners would be out of luck there. We'd have a 20% cap. In addition to that, there was a statement that if the commission determines that any hunt area is over objective for that type of landowner license requested, that those landowner licenses shall be issued without regard to the quota established by the commission and shall be in addition to the quota set by the commission. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, effectively, if we're over objective in a hunt area, we're basically going to allow landowner licenses, all of those landowners to receive a license, and then whatever that quota was would be set aside for non-landowner applicants. Again, take any questions.
I have a question there. So in your example that you gave, 100 licenses, 20% cap, 21 landowners apply. Is that, how do you determine which landowner's out? Is that then a draw within the landowner pool? To see which one gets kicked out?
Yes, President Brokaw, it's a great question. And you know, with all of these potential actions, we always have to think about the second, third, and fourth order effects of things. And you know how our draw system is very simple and very easy to follow and take care of. And so we have to give credit to those that run it, which Jennifer, I hope, is watching, and she does an awesome job with that. But there's a lot to work out on exactly how this might work for us to implement it and make sure that we don't affect something else down the line. But yes, to answer your specific question, we would have to conduct a draw for those applicants.
Some kind of equitable way to shift.
Yes.
Yeah.
President Brokaw.
Okay, Commissioner Roberts.
It's gonna, is there any possibility that we can do, maybe at the retreat, do kind of a workshop or a roundtable? Because this is a lot to wrap your heads around what we're doing with these recommendations. I don't know. I just wondered if there was any time we could set aside for kind of a workshop to discuss a few things. I think these are pretty substantial kind of changes that are being recommended to the commission. So I didn't know if if it's possible or we can. No.
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, I think that's a great idea. And I will tell you that Rusty and I see Cy in here. I don't see any other members of the task force, but oh yeah, Lee's back there. He's hiding behind Craig. There were a lot of hours of discussion and back and forth on this. And I think to come to the point that we came to. And so I think it's a really good idea for the commission to be able to immerse into this issue at the same level. You know, we could do it even we could even do it at a meeting in July or at the retreat. We could add an extra half a day to the commission meeting and do it in a public forum so the public can watch the deliberations.
I'm just having a hard time. Pushing it to put all the pieces together to try to figure it out.
Mr. President, I think that's a good idea. I think that it would give some opportunity to present some of the charts that we were given at the task force, and you just see those on the percentage of tags that are issued, landowner tags that take up all of the quota, and a lot of the non-resident quotas and have taken up all the quotas in some of the resident areas, and just to see and hear some of the background on some of these hours and hours worth of conversation that we had on this, and how and why we came up with this through. I think we put this out 3 different times to public comment and tweak these, and obviously still didn't have the language correct. But knowing the intent and some of the things that were presented and why, ultimately the comments on most of these were very positive. Now that the percentages and things like that, there's we weren't sure on that, leaving that up to this board, this current board to decide on some of those, but you can at least see where we started and why we started with those, saying the 20% and things like that. And Mr. McGagna sitting here, you know, they offered some good suggestions on some of those things too. And when I saw this on the agenda, I thought, well, when we get to that, I don't know how it's going to be. It could be long because these are complex, and you're exactly right. And if there's time in another meeting, I think that's a good idea.
Thank you, commissioners. I agree. It's a big topic. I don't think we're going to get a defined specific today, but let's have Craig finish your other 2 recommendations, and then let's spend a little time on what a timeline would look like for you to start down the regulatory road. And then let's look at our commission schedule, because I too would like to spend some more time on this. So let's finish up with your presentation first, Craig, and then we'll talk about how we're going to execute.
Will do. Thank you. I think we're ready to move on to the 4th recommendation, and I won't read all of it, but it's inserting some language that would basically say the department shall investigate and determine that each landowner and landowner applicant meet all requirements to obtain a landowner license at least every 5 years. And that the landowner must establish at the sole discretion of the department and the commission that the landowner and landowner applicant qualify for licenses each year an application is made. And again, I think there's been some information that's provided that sometimes review doesn't happen real regularly with some of these landowner licenses that are issued to certain different properties or however it is. What I would say is that I think that the department does do a good job of reviewing these on an annual basis. The wardens are required to go into the application on the website for landowners and pre-authorize those places if there are concerns with doing this on a regular basis. Certainly open to hear any discussion that might develop around that, and to address some of the concerns that some places don't get reevaluated every 5 years or have not been reevaluated since they first received authorizations. Just a, I guess, a little plug for our folks that there are certainly some ranches in some districts that we don't have to go out and do on the ground looking or any additional work. We just know. And so there are some concerns out there, but I think our folks try to do a really good job of addressing those and doing what they can. So understand where this was coming from for sure. And then the 5th and final recommendation was a little bit more specific in that the task force recommends the commission establish in department policy or regulation to direct the department to re-verify landowner license qualification at least once every 5 years. And again, all I would say there is we would certainly strive to do that. And if we do put together a working group and have these discussions, then I can offer some additional insight at that time. Mr. President, that
concludes my presentation, and I can take any additional questions. And you had asked about a timeline. I think my perception on this, I've been part of 2 committees internally in my career, I think, looking at this issue and trying to resolve some of the issues that are out there. It's not a simple thing, and it's very complicated. It's interesting, the regulation, the section in the regulation is about 1.5 pages, but it takes like 47 years to figure something out and make a change. It's just complicated, and there's a lot of people that are involved with this. And so I think we need to be methodical about it and take our time and make sure if we're going to do something that we do it right. And so in terms of a timeline, anytime we can get together, I don't think that's an extremely urgent rush to try to get something done by 2024. My recommendation would be that we take the due time that we need and make something right.
I appreciate that because I'm feeling the same thing. Any other questions from the commission for Craig? Thank you. Oh, right at the, yes, sir. Commissioner.
I have a question. The recommendations are, I'm reading this 2 ways, but the recommendations are in conjunction with or added to the current regulations.
Mr. President and Commissioner Ladwig, the way I look at it is there's current sections or definitions in the regulation that had additions made to them. So there's a lot of the wording that you see in those recommendations is current wording in the reg. And then they've added some important pieces to those sections.
The one I'm getting to for sure is on the recommendation 4, where they substantiate the big game or wild turkey usage days.
Mhm.
And back in the regular regulation, it says 2,000 usage days. Is that the way you look at it?
President Brokaw, Commissioner Ladwig. I think this specific one was geared more towards making sure that we verify that on an annual basis or every 5 years, more so than counting or having it affected by the usage days in the where it sits in the regulation. If I'm understanding your question correctly.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Is there still a 2,000 usage day?
Yes,
rule?
sir,
Okay.
there is.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. President, just to follow up on Commissioner Ladwig's question. After considerable conversation about the 160 acres and the 2,000 use days, we stayed away from changing those.
Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. We do have a blue sheet on it. Mr. McGagna, if you were ready to address your concerns about landowner licenses.
Thank you, President Brokaw. Jim McGagnon with the Wyoming Stockgrowers Association. And we participate in a number of the meetings of the Wildlife Task Force. Actually made a series of recommendations with regard to landowner licenses that were not accepted by the whole of the task force and therefore not included today. I won't go into a lot of detail with you today. I think the starting point for this discussion is 2 things. One is the whole concept of landowner licenses was intended to recognize landowners for the habitat they provide for our wildlife. It wasn't to accomplish some other objective or paper damage or anything. It was just a recognition of the critical role that they play in providing habitat for our wildlife. So I think as we look at some changes, we need to keep that in mind and say, are we making changes that foster that recognition? Are we at risk of making some changes that diminish that recognition? And that is kind of what guides us as we look through this. In the proposals that we had submitted, we did propose increasing the acreage above the 160 acres. We also proposed perhaps having a scaled process where larger landowners with some limitations, but could get more licenses. Maybe for another 10,000 acres, you picked up another license or 2 and scale that up to a point, not ad infinitum. So those are some of the things that if you're going to look at this, what I mainly want to encourage you today is that you not just focus on the recommendations came out the task force, make those a part of your analysis, but look beyond that as what else can help this program going forward and help build the partnership between the landowners and the wildlife managers and the sportsman community. And we know we're important to that. We also recognize that there are some abuses that take place out there on the landowner's part as well. And that's where the subdividing acreage just to get permits, licenses, we concur that that's a practice that should not be allowed. Of the specific recommendations that were made today, a couple that I would highlight that are of serious concern to us. The one is, depending on how it's finally defined, the 20% interest. If Dad owned the ranch and 5 of us brothers now own it, and one of us stays there to manage it and the other 4 are off somewhere else, then I think it makes good sense that in order for any one of those to come back and benefit, they should have to have a 20% interest. But if I'm on the ranch with my 4 kids, to say that any one of them has to have a 20% interest, that's a little different. So I think that one needs to be looked at very carefully, and as you go forward with this. The other one that is very disturbing to us is the 20% cap. And I recognize there are some hunt areas where the licenses apparently do get taken up by landowners, and that's appropriate as an issue to address. We believe that 20% is too low, perhaps 50%, or more meaningful than even a flat percentage would say that up to a certain amount, that the commission on recommendation of the department can set that percentage on a hunt area basis. So in some places it may need to be lower, in other places it could well be higher, but we would certainly be very opposed to a 20% just across the spectrum approach to that. So with that, I was pleased to hear the recommendation from Commissioner Roberts that this needs some in-depth analysis, some more conversation with a broader array of input, and expanding the understanding of the commission itself as to what all the factors are related here. And we would certainly welcome the opportunity to be a part of that conversation as it goes forward. I think that we can do some things here that will be meaningful to the sportsman community and meaningful to landowners as well, if we do it carefully and with a lot of forethought to what can often, with something this complex, be unintended consequences. With that, Mr. President, I would be happy to entertain any questions that commissioners might have.
Thank you for those comments, Jim. Any questions from the commission? I like your invitation of offering to help with your group. They're certainly the largest stakeholder in this, so we'll figure out a way to take you up on that and get some of that input. Recognizing the work that the task force has already done, we won't want that slip through the cracks, but in those more detailed analyses, I think landowner voices need to be heard. So I will thank you for those comments. Now, interesting, I've had some email comments on landowner licenses, and none of those were addressed here. And one of those was carcass coupons, fees back to landowners. Did the task force ever address that?
I'm sorry, Mr. President, what did you?
Landowner
coupons.
Your landowner coupons.
Oh, okay.
That's the email I've gotten on for landowner licenses. Was that addressed in the task force?
Mr. President, I don't think we talked about that at all, believe it or not.
Okay, so Craig, if you'd come back up, let's put a plan together. So we're going to have our retreat in June. I know we have some agenda time there. We could address this. Director Nesvik, you had mentioned some time at our July meeting.
Yeah,
Let's just hash this out. Let's put together a 3-6 month plan.
Yeah, I think it might be, what's the location, John, of our July meeting?
Wheaterville, Wheatland, isn't it?
So I think that July makes a little bit more sense. It's more accessible. I think we know we've got some time in that meeting. We could add a half a day without any issue. I think it makes a little bit more sense than doing it at the retreat, but still giving it due diligence, as Commissioner Roberts suggested, by allocating a pretty good chunk of time to it in a kind of a workshop, kind of a venue would make sense to me. Half a day. Department would present a lot of the background. We would present a lot of the discussion, some of the high points from task force discussion and public comment. We received a lot of public comment on this one during the task force. We kept all that. we can certainly provide that to the commission. And we'd have some proposals at that point and how to tweak some of the things that came from the task force, as well as we haven't even mentioned, Mr. McGagnon mentioned that there were other topics discussed related to landowner licenses on the task force, and you haven't heard about all those because we only brought the things that passed the vote, that were recommended, but we could bring all those things up as well. We talked about acreage, minimum acreage size, animal use days, allowing long-term ranch managers to qualify for one of the 2 licenses. There's a lot of things that didn't make it to the final list that we could sure bring up.
Okay, lost where I was thinking. My apologies. Craig, with that direction, you can come back in July with that and have a more focused approach.
Mr. President, absolutely. We can be prepared in July. And obviously we can sit down with the director and anybody else and kind of refine exactly what those topics need to be for sure in preparation for any additional analysis that we would need to have. But we can plan to do that for the July.
Okay, one more thing I'd like to address, and that's what I've been contacted about, is would you look at currently landowner fees are $16 a carcass coupon. How many of those? I had email that recommended $20 or $25. Could you do a scale like that? The second email that I would like you to address is landowner coupons on moose tags. I've never heard of such a thing. I don't know about that, but could those also be in your analysis that you could present to us?
Mr. President, absolutely. We can work on that.
And then for direction, I would like a motion to capture all this, what we've discussed. So whoever, I think Commissioner Bell has it.
Thanks, Mr. President, put me on the spot. All right. So moved. No, I'm just kidding. Okay.
You can
All right, so
you can eat the
I'll-
elephant one bite at a time.
I
if you'd
move
like to
that,
make
I move that
multiples.
I would just say that we'll table this landowner discussion for now until a further date. And then we'll add to that the landowner coupon issues that were just brought up by the president. Good enough?
Yes. It's a motion to table and there's a second, no discussion. All those in favor of the motion to table, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion tabled till later date.
July.
July.
And we'll just make sure that in July that we take that from the table.
That was a rock star move. Agenda item 17, Deputy Chief Bremer. Mule deer management.
Thank you, Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. So this presentation really isn't my presentation. This is something that we're gonna team up on. We have, once we get the presentation here, Ember Hall, our science and research and analytical support section supervisor, Ian Tater, our statewide terrestrial habitat manager. And then we did have Justin Benfit lined up to come and talk as well. But as he got to South Pass early this morning, they swung the gate down. So he turned around and went back to Casper. So good road conditions, and it's just that time of year. So what we're going to do, we'll see if this thing will work, is we want to cover habitat and food, have a section on disease and predation, and then we'll wrap it up with some of the new tools. And you're very well familiar with last year's budget, where the commission stepped forward to provide the agency with some funding to kind of step up our game on mule deer research. And so we'll wrap things up with Ember giving us an overview of kind of where we're at right now with some of that money that you guys provided to us last year. And with that, I'd like Ian to go ahead and come on up, and then I'll fill in for Justin when we get to the disease and predation.
Thanks, Doug. Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt, I'm pleased to be here today to talk to you a little bit about the habitat and food side of things. So the format here is kind of challenges and solutions. So we're going to outline some challenges that we have, and then we're going to talk about some potential solutions. So in a nutshell, mule deer need three things. They need more than that, but we're going to talk about three today. Quality habitat to support a specialized diet. They need to put on fat to survive winter, and they need to be able to get from winter range to summer range and back. So let's talk a little bit about their diet. Mule deer need plants that provide concentrated and highly digestible nutrients. As we all know, mule deer are not as efficient at digesting some of the material as cattle and elk are. And really, they have specific bacteria in their rumen that really help them break down that, and that varies seasonally. And so as a result, they have difficulty adapting to dietary changes, especially those that occur very quickly. So that's the background on the diet. What kind of habitat do they generally prefer? As you can see here, a lot of habitats that are found within Wyoming, shrublands, mixed mountain shrublands during fall months are really important to put on fat. Certainly they rely on riparian areas during certain times of the year, and aspen stands in particular are very important habitat type for our mule deer. So why is it important that they put on body fat? So up to 30% of their winter energy requirements, they get through body fat that they carry on their back to winter range. And so their reproductive success is highly dependent on their body condition. And all of this is directly attributed to the health of both summer and transitional ranges. And so when we talk about doing habitat work, a lot of times, historically, we did a lot of winter range habitat work. We've shifted that now, doing an awful lot of summer and transitional range work, knowing full well that that's what those deer need to get through winter. We've not neglected winter ranges. We're trying to help them out at a time when we know we can put fat on them. So this graph here gives you a pretty good indication. I wanted to share with you change over time. And so this is from the Wyoming Range mule deer herd. This is Kevin Monteith's study you guys are very familiar with. So you can see from the period 2013 to 2017, what you'll notice is an overall decline in the percent body fat on those deer. And so they range down as low as about 2% body fat, which is not good, up to about 14%. And you guys, I know are really aware what happened in the winter of 2016, 2017. That was a very severe winter, similar to this one. And after that, you can see that body fat climbed. And so for the deer that survived, and we'll go into more detail on this on the winter presentation that I have up next, the deer that survived did really well. That's due in part to increased moisture, also due in part to less mouths on the landscape. And so the importance of body fat can't be overstated. Really, that's a key component for mule deer.
Hold on, Ian, question?
Absolutely.
30% body fat needed needed to get through the winter. Did I understand that?
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, that was a little misleading. That isn't quite correct. So up to 30% of what a deer needs to get through winter, they bring it on their back. So the graph here shows a range of body fat that doesn't come anywhere near 30%.
Yeah.
But yeah, so up to 30% of their energy reserves come in the form of fat.
Thank you. That's what threw me off. It was
Thank you.
them not being close. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
So talked a little bit earlier about seasonal range connectivity. So as the commission is well aware, mule deer in Wyoming travel great distances to get from winter range to summer range. Migration can take several months, at which point they're utilizing those stopover areas. Those are very, very important areas for mule deer. The longer they're in those stopover areas, especially on their way to winter range, the better. And so when they're migrating through these transitional ranges, especially on their way back, they're replenishing their fat reserves that they depleted during winter, and they're also looking for places to have fawns. So having that connectivity is really, really important and something we're hyper focused on currently. So we talked about all that. Now we're going to shift over into threats. So we've got threats to mule deer habitat come in many forms. We'll go into each of these individually. It sounds weird to talk about drought right now, but certainly it has a big impact on mule deer productivity. So drought can cause a reduction in available wildlife habitat, it results in reduced leader growth, reduced vegetative growth overall. Interestingly, Wyoming typically experiences a 10-year drought cycle. And so if you look back to 2002, 2012, those were very difficult years. Those were dry years for Wyoming. And then if we look, the last couple of years followed that cycle. So the good news is hopefully we're coming out of that. On the other end of the spectrum, severe winter conditions certainly have an impact on mule deer populations. Deep snow impacts their ability to forage for food, certainly impedes their mobility across the landscape. They can't go everywhere they would like to go. One of the things that we notice in times of severe winter conditions, deep snow conditions, they really have difficulty safely navigating fences. They're already depleted. Those fences are hard to get around, hard to get over or under, especially with high snow loads. And so that's really an issue. And then last, but certainly not least, in times of deep snow, deer tend to congregate on and or near roadways, which creates conflicts with wildlife vehicle collisions. So another threat, long-term fire suppression. So if you think back to the early 1900s, we've done a really good job of putting out fires. That's now coming around to bite us a little bit because certainly the fires that we're having now are often much larger than they were historically. From a mule deer perspective, fire is generally good for plant communities. As an example, aspen depend on periodic fires to remove trees that generally take over aspen stands over time. Interestingly, we've lost about half of Wyoming's aspen stands over time due to fire suppression. And last but not least, better forage as a result of fires can result in more fat accumulation. Back to that fat relationship. Another threat to mule deer development. As we all know, Wyoming is one of the top energy supplying states. We have a lot of potential for wind development. Infrastructure associated with all of that can impact and fragment habitat, especially if placed in vital habitats. And what we know about mule deer is unlike some of their counterparts, they're really unable to change their migration routes to adapt to development. So what do we do about all that?
One question is okay, Mr. President. Is there any, have you done any data or anything on say elk and white-tailed deer that are competition for that same habitat as a threat to mule deer? Because it seems that that's also a threat. And maybe I jumped ahead too far. I just didn't see anything like that.
Mr. President, Commissioner Bell, that is a really interesting question and one that we've spent a fair amount of time pondering. The only thing that I can tell you, and it's actually from this part of the world, is the Deer Elk Ecology Research Project in the South Rock Springs herd is looking at that relationship specifically between elk and mule deer. And it's really preliminary, that data, but it is showing that there are some potential competition that is occurring between those two species. I don't know of anything specific to white-tailed deer and mule deer. Okay, so what do we do about it? Actions to improve habitat and maintain connectivity. These are all the sorts of things that we're really working hard on. Give you a flavor of some of those things. The commission, we're very lucky. The commission is very invested in habitat improvement projects. They come in many flavors, as you can see here. We'll go into depth on a couple of them. Invasive annual grasses. This is a really, really big challenge for the state and something that we're trying to deal with head on. You guys know this story very well. They're non-native to Wyoming. They outcompete native vegetation. They mature and dry out long before native plants, and very often contribute to an increased fire cycle, which is bad for shrubs that mule deer rely on. So prescribed fire is something that we also try to really promote within the agency and mostly within our partners, federal agency partners. You guys know, we talked about earlier, prescribed fire is good for mule deer. New plants, so plants that come in after fire have higher protein content very often. And again, back to aspen, they depend on periodic fires to remove conifer trees. I really like this picture, this top picture here. You can see from the air, this is taken with a drone, again, from Southwest Wyoming. That's a mosaic mowing. It's kind of hard to articulate what a mosaic mowing is until we had this picture. And so I wanted to share this with you. So this is an action that we've done a lot of recently, is the sagebrush mowing. And you know, we talk about sagebrush and its importance to mule deer. Why would we ever mow it? Well, we mow it because we want more of it, and we want newer, younger versions of sagebrush. And so mule deer primarily eat the new plant growth, and on these older stands, there just isn't a whole lot of new plant growth. And so mowing helps to reinvigorate plant communities, resulting in more food for wildlife. It also provides an opportunity for a new cohort of sagebrush plants to establish within those areas. This is something we're doing a lot of in the name of mule deer.
Yes, Commissioner Roberts.
What does mosaic mowing affect our sage grouse population?
Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, that's an excellent question. It actually, what we've learned is the sage grouse respond very favorably to this as well. And one of the reasons for that is the areas that get mowed initially have more forbs and more grasses that come in, which promotes invertebrates. So as an example, grasshoppers, we have higher densities in those areas. And so when the broods come in with the chicks, they rely on those invertebrates. And so we're also providing habitat for those, for sage grouse, and specifically the chicks associated with those invertebrates. And so what we've learned is this sagebrush mowing is really, it's designed with sage grouse in mind as well. And that's why we're not mowing large swaths of it. And we're doing it in a manner that is not big blocks, which results in favorable outcomes for sage grouse. Thank you. Okay, aspen stands. We talk a lot about aspen. We do a lot of aspen work. Commission's very familiar with this. Aspen provides habitat for mule deer, elk, moose, and birds. The understory, so that what occurs underneath the canopy of aspen, is really, really important food resources for mule deer. And so what we'll often do is we'll bring in these mechanical saw crews, which diversifies age classes and improves the understory of these areas. And so this is, again, just giving a flavor of the sort of work that we often do. We've been doing more and more riparian work in recent years. And so the reason for that is riparian areas make up less than 4% of Wyoming's land, but they provide forage and cover for lots and lots of species, including mule deer, during all seasons. So what are we doing in these riparian areas? We're installing beaver dam analogs, so man-made beaver dams essentially. We're doing Z-dike structures, and we're planting willows and cottonwoods, all in an effort to kind of improve those habitats and make them more resilient and make them more productive. So we're doing quite a bit of riparian area work. We're also doing more wildlife-friendly fencing work than we've ever done before. Hundreds of miles of wildlife-friendly fencing a year at this point. The point of wildlife-friendly fences are to still contain livestock while making it easier for wildlife to pass through them. We're trying to enhance habitat connectivity, and so deer are not spending a lot of time trying to get across these fences and wasting that energy. We know that when they do that, they're depleting important energy reserves, which they really need to get through a winter like this one. We also are doing, certainly with the help of the commission, an awful lot of work in terms of connectivity. These are updated numbers. More than 7,600 vehicle collisions occur annually in Wyoming. 85% of those are with mule deer. And so lots and lots of work associated with overpasses, underpasses, the associated fencing, which we know when all of those are employed, we can reduce crashes by up to 90%. So I wanted to highlight a couple of things here. Certainly, the commission deserves a lot of credit. So the Mule Deer Initiative over the last 7 years, we've put over $4 million, way over $4 million, but 4 million of it has come directly from the commission. $1 million of invasive annual grass work has occurred very recently. We've always had, thanks to lots of foresight, the ability to take money from our trust fund for projects like we've just talked about. And then last but certainly not least, this idea of migration funding and over $3 million just in recent days to improve connectivity across roadways. And so lots and lots of work that has occurred. Really appreciate all the support. This is I think making a difference for mule deer. And so with that, this is the handoff part of the presentation where I would normally give it to Justin, but I'm going to give it back to Doug.
Sir. Mr. President, members of the commission. So we'll start off here with a little bit of an overview of challenges and solutions for diseases and predation. And really, Justin is kind of our key person when it comes to CWD and the CWD plan that the commission approved a couple years ago. But we'll talk through both of these. And I'd really like to focus a little bit more on the predation side of it, but we're just going to kind of peruse over it. Both, you know, the predators just do what predators do. I think you had a presentation quite a few years ago. I don't think any of the commissioners are here now, but Sam Coots, a friend of mine, was here and made the statement that black bears were gobbling up mule deer fawns like popcorn in the Bondurant Basin. And so that has always stuck with me. And we'll talk through that a little bit when we get to the predation side of it. But chronic wasting disease, as you all know, CWD, it's a fatal nervous system disease of mule deer, white-tailed deer, elk, moose, and reindeer and caribou. It's a prion, an infectious prion, and it's a fatal, always fatal. Some other diseases that we have that we track, hemorrhagic diseases. If you're in the eastern part of the state, I think most people are very well familiar with blue tongue and epizootic hemorrhagic disease. They're all concerns there when you have the right environmental conditions. And then adenovirus in the western part of the state, we've documented that in some of our fawn losses. There's parasites also that we deal with in deer. And then Justin put on here exotic louse. And the first thing that came to my mind, well, was it resident and non-resident louse? But it's exotic louse that came in. And there's concerns with that in some deer species around the country. If you look at CWD at the early years, kind of the 98 to 2005, you can see kind of the heat map here where the density of CWD is higher in that southeast part of the state. And then more recently from 2006, 2021, we see that expanding. And the concern here is that ultimately that just keeps moving and progressing around the state. And so we're stepping up our efforts to monitor prevalence around the state as it moves forward and moves westward. Some of the impacts from CWD, it affects the population performance. It has changed some of our deer herds, especially if you get around Casper. Affects prime age animals and shifts the average age of the herd to younger animals. And we see a higher prevalence of it in those, the sought after bigger age class males, the class 2 and class 3. The class 3s, the 25-inch plus bucks. We see that high prevalence there with those highly sought after older age class males. And the deposition of prions increases with prevalence. So it's increasing that there's the likelihood of disease transmission in the environment as we get high levels of prevalence in a population. Some of the actions that we have within our CWD management plan are public education, and I'm not going to read each of these, but you can see that there's different outreach mechanisms there. CWD surveillance, we're focusing our efforts around the state in several places, and we're collecting herd samples from harvested animals at our regional offices. We have an updated CWD management plan, which the commission approved at their July 2020 meeting. And then we have some CWD management plan efforts that we're like to implement, and we're trying to work through those through our public process now to try and get some level of management actions in place that we can see if it addresses some of the CWD prevalence. And then finally, we're working pretty closely. Our vet folks, vet services folks are working on research and continuing to evaluate the effects of some of the management strategies on CWD. And from predation, as I said, it's a pretty tangible thing. I mean, if you spend any time in the outdoors, you're gonna come across a deer that's cached, and what caching is the predator kills, and then they're gonna pull a bunch of debris up on top, and it's pretty easy to point a finger at predators for a problem with deer recruitment. And it's not quite as simple as that. We all know that you know, the predators do what they do. They're good at killing. That's what they have to do to survive. And it's pretty complex because if we have ideal habitat conditions, it's not as easy for predators to get at them. If we have alternative prey out there, such as high rabbit populations, our mule deer fawns actually do a little bit better, and we see fawn survival increase a little bit if we've got other prey items out there that coyotes, for example, can select for. But once deer reach adulthood, survival is typically pretty high, but getting there can be tough. You know, and again, if fawns are, a doe has several strategies. She conceals her fawns, and if there's good cover, again, habitat conditions, those fawns have a pretty high likelihood of surviving. But if there's a high density of predators and not other alternative prey there's not rabbits or there's not something else for those predators to go after, they're more likely to keep after those fawns. And just south of here, the South Rock Springs deer study that Ian referred to, Kevin's looked at that pretty closely and had a number of fawns that did survive multiple encounters with radio collared coyotes. But ultimately, if there was numerous encounters and poor habitat conditions, or the doe didn't have a very good strategy for hiding that fawn, he did lose fawns in those situations. Another thing that influenced some of Kevin's thoughts on some of this is that if elk are actually displacing those deer to suboptimal habitats, so in South Rock Springs, again, Ian made a mention of it, those deer select for areas that don't have the high densities of elk. And so those are kind of suboptimal habitats where deer historically selected for the best areas. And now that we've got lots of elk, they're kind of pushed out to the periphery. And so it appears that there's also a trade-off there as well. So we, from an agency standpoint, we continually try to manage our bear and lion seasons. We also understand that the role of predators likely varies across herd units. So South Rock Springs, where there's not a lot of other areas for deer to be, and alternative prey may be at a lower level, we know that there's going to be a little higher predation rate there. And then the commission also invests substantially in predator management through, as you guys just had a discussion about, the ADMB board. And you saw during Meredith's presentation that we contribute $200,000 a year to the ADMB. We also have some studies going on right now that are trying to get at the root of this, so we can look at what are some of the causes of fawns or not of our deer population and their survival changing over time. And so we've got what we're calling is cause-specific mortality being monitored, and that's you know, mountain lion, mule deer, CW. We also have a study on mountain lion CWD dynamics out of Casper. And we also have research projects that are designed to understand CWD dynamics, seasonal habitat selection, and those mule deer migrations. And I think that switches over to Ember, and then Ian and I will be around once we wrap up if you guys have any additional questions, if that works for you.
Thanks, Doug. President Brokaw, members of the commission, I'm Ember Hall. I have the good fortune to supervise the department's Science, Research, and Analytical Support Unit. I'm going to round out our update today by talking about some new tools that we're using to better understand and monitor mule deer populations in the state. All right, so we can tell from what Ian shared and Doug shared, there's a lot that we know about mule deer. And a lot of this comes from agency data and expertise within the department, as well as from some really strong science partnerships that we've been able to curate over the past many years. So some of those ongoing research partnerships, I've just cherry picked a few here for you so you can get a sense of the scope of what's going on around mule deer. We have work ongoing with migration ecology, work exploring deer responses to development, road crossings and wildlife vehicle collisions, long-term ecology and nutritional dynamics, as well as some really innovative work on chronic wasting disease that we're all conducting in collaboration with our partners. And that's really great folks from the private sector, as well as academia, specifically the University of Wyoming, as well as a good number of federal partners. So exciting work going on there. Now, despite knowing a lot about mule deer, there's a lot that we can still learn to help inform how we manage them. And this particularly relates to opportunities to better understand mechanisms behind the declines that we've seen in recent years. So essentially, why are we seeing some of these declines, as well as opportunities to measure the effects of some of our management actions in ways that we really haven't had the chance to do before. And all of this can help us to provide managers and the public with the best possible information that we can have in the most transparent way that we possibly can. So in March of this last year, you as a commission recognized ongoing biological concerns that we had about our herds, as well as the corresponding public concerns. And with that, also acknowledged that we had the resources to really invest in using some new tools and some new technologies that had come online to help us understand what was going on. So you made a big investment. You initiated the mule deer monitoring program, and I'm here to give you sort of an update on where we're at to date with that work. All right, so this program, for those that don't remember or welcome to our new commissioners, this is a state-of-the-art monitoring program that focuses on 6 areas around mule deer management. I'm not going to talk about each of the 6 in the interest of time. I'm just going to give you an update on 2 of them specifically. And I should mention, this is intended to be a 5-year effort. During the one-time ask that Meredith presented during the budget session, the second year of this funding was included in that series of one-time asks. So we're going to focus on 2 aspects today, and I'll move into them right away. So the first of these is helping the department get a more reliable estimate of the number of deer that are in a herd. And this is really important and really kind of straightforward, right? So a cornerstone of management is knowing how many animals you have in your population. Now that sounds easy, right? You just go out and count them. But really, given the topography of Wyoming's landscapes, all the different vegetative cover that we have, the different places that critters hang out, counting every deer is really difficult. In fact, I would argue it's impossible. So what we do is we leverage some helicopter time and some really strategic study designs to go out and implement what's called a siteability survey. This is the most robust tool that we have right now to estimate mule deer abundances, and it's also really expensive. So historically, we had the funds to implement one of these surveys each year. There are 36 mule deer herds in the state. It's not difficult math to realize that if we proceeded at that rate, it would take 36 years to get a really good defensible abundance estimate for each of our herds. You guys saw that, realized that we had some opportunity here. You put some resources towards these types of surveys, and now we have the funds to complete 7 to 8 of those surveys each year, which means over the course of 5 years, we'll have the opportunity to survey every single herd in the state. And that's a really big deal. So the second piece that I'll highlight for you today is our work on survival. And survival is really important from a number of different perspectives, but on the simplest level, if an individual survives, it has the opportunity to recruit or reproduce other animals into the population. And if that repeats for long enough, we can change population trends. So we're very, very interested in understanding what's going on with survival, both within individual herds and across herds. So we're trying to better understand those survival patterns, and that includes the effects of different disease dynamics, predator communities, habitat conditions, as well as a number of other assemblages. while we're engaging in this work, we also have sort of the important, I'll say it's a side opportunity, but it's really equally important to learn about things like where are critters going? What are their movement patterns like? We can update seasonal ranges. We can evaluate drivers of herd performance, really get a handle on the effectiveness of some of these habitat treatments that Ian was talking about, and more. So this is a big deal. The way that we decided to go about implementing this work is we very strategically selected 5 herds across the state. These herds were selected really because they are different from one another. So we wanted to select herds that were different in all of those categories that I mentioned on the previous slide. So different in terms of predator communities, habitat quality, migration strategies, all of the things that we know matter to the survival and population trends associated with our mule deer. So we picked these 5 herds, and starting in November, the end of November of this year, well, I guess November of 22, we marked 80 does, 30 bucks, and 100 juveniles in each of these herds. And when I say juveniles, I mean 6-month-olds. So not neonates, not the little guys, but 6-month-olds. So each animal was fit with GPS technology. Now, for those of you who maybe haven't spent a lot of time thinking about what that means, basically we're just fitting animals with collars that go around their neck. Those collars are equipped with a battery as well as a sensor that collects GPS locations, much like your phone does when you have your phone on you and are using location services. It's the same thing here. You can set the frequency with which it records a location. In our case, the recording locations every 2 hours for the duration of the time that that animal wears a collar. So we have the opportunity here to collect a whole lot of information. So we started our captures in those 5 herds at the end of November. We wrapped them up at the end of January. And during that time, we marked just over 1,000 animals. The cool thing, well, one of the cool things is that we're not quite 4 months into this effort, and we're already learning some really new and interesting things. Now, I had thought I would be brave and show you an interactive dashboard that we're building, and then I got scared of the technology. So I'm showing you just a flat image here of this dashboard that we've built. If you're interested in the interactive component, please come catch me at a break. I'd be really happy to show it to you. So before I step through what this is, I'd really like to acknowledge our partners at the University of Wyoming that have helped us to build this. So Dr. Jared Merkel and Lucas Olson. Lucas is in a shared position between us here at the department as well as the University of Wyoming. So they've put a ton of effort into this dashboard. We're really excited about it. And the purpose of this application is to allow field managers and administrators to be able to interact with these data in almost real time. So as they're coming in, the data are going to push to this dashboard and we can start interacting with them and learning from them. So a couple things to orient you to here. This on the left-hand side, you can see the number of deer that we have tracked since the onset of the project. It's just over 1,000 animals, 1,113. The map that's showing kind of in the center of your screen, that is showing the latest locations for all marked animals that are currently on air. They're differentiated by color based on sex. So the females are shown in blue, males are shown in red. And I want to pause here and give you the opportunity to really appreciate a couple things about this. So first is the sheer number of animals that we have enrolled on study right now. This is an unprecedented effort in the history of the department, and I would argue one of the more unprecedented efforts across the range of mule deer westwide. This is a big deal to be able to have this many animals fit with this caliber of technology at one time. So that's a pretty exciting feature. The second feature that I'll draw your attention to is that for the first time that I'm aware of, we're able to collect these biological data at the herd unit scale. Now you'll remember from yesterday when Doug was talking about herd units, those are sort of like the biological boundaries of a population. Now, oftentimes, because of the resources that are required to be able to do this type of work, we don't have a chance to be able to study these populations at a herd unit level. What we do is we study a subpopulation, and then we try to make inference to some of these unsampled other populations within a herd. The exciting thing about this is we're actually collecting the data at the scale that's biologically relevant, and also at the scale where we're going to be making a lot of those management decisions. So pretty big deal. So up on the upper part of the dashboard, there's a number of interactive tabs. I know they're difficult to see here, but again, I'd be happy to show you. So there's a number of interactive tabs, and they basically summarize what we know about recent movements, as well as some mortality details and survival information. Now, speaking of survival, it's certainly something that we think about a lot right now as we're progressing through a relatively strong winter. So this is what we know about survival from the project thus far. These data are about 3 days old, so pretty up to date. Here on the x-axis, or this horizontal axis, you'll see time from 0 to 100. This is labeled as days since the 1st of December. For math purposes, that's what we're sort of considering as the beginning of the time the animals got enrolled in this project. So time is on that horizontal axis. On your vertical axis, or your y-axis, that's survival. Survival ranges from 0 to 1, and we can think of it as 0 is a very sad place to be. We're all dead at 0. 1 is a really happy place to be. We're all alive at 1. Biological populations we expect are going to fall somewhere in between that range. What we're seeing right now is honestly in line with what we would expect for an ungulate population that we're monitoring during a pretty strong winter. So we are seeing the attrition of some animals. So some critters are starting to die off within all of our age cohorts. So does in green, bucks in blue, juveniles in sort of that reddish orangish color. So we are seeing some losses there, and we're seeing the most significant losses among our juvenile cohort. That's exactly what we would expect. We tend to see higher losses in winter for those among those younger animals. Overall, we're standing right now, or 3 days ago, at 84% survival of all the animals, all sex and age cohorts sort of lumped into one. If we break that out more specifically, that's 92% of our does are still on air. 90% of our bucks are still on air. They have a much smaller sample size than the does, but we have 90% of them still on air, and 75% of our juveniles. All right, so Doug alluded to some of this other work that we're conducting. You know, winter isn't the only thing that can kill a deer on the landscape. It's certainly one of the big ones, but it's not the only one. So in the interest of really beginning to understand what's killing our mule deer, and most importantly, what management techniques or tools can we employ to help address that, we've enrolled 2 herds in what we call cause-specific mortality work. That's really just sort of fancy language to say in 2 of these herds, we're going to do everything that we can to get out there and try to figure out why every individual died. So within these 2 herds, well, actually within all the herds, but I'll focus on these 2 for right now. Within these herds, field managers and field personnel get an alert as soon as we know that an animal has died. That comes through these days over email and text message. And at that point, that person will do, or the person that's assigned to retrieve that mortality, does everything that they can to get out there as quickly as they can. It makes sense. The faster we can get out there, the faster we can respond, the more information there is to be had about what potentially caused the mortality of that individual. So on a really great day, we have something that looks like, well, it's hard to call that a great day, but on a good data collection day, we have something that looks like that image there on the left-hand side of your screen. This is where we go out, we can retrieve a full carcass, and we have the opportunity to bring it back into a nice, dry, maybe warm space to conduct a necropsy. This particular necropsy was conducted at our Thorne Williams Wildlife Research Center at Sebille by Dr. Van Wyck and her team. So this is sort of the best case scenario, right? We have a full carcass, and then we can work through that carcass systematically, pulling out all of the tissues that might give us a clue to what happened to this animal. So for example, that 3rd image moving towards the right-hand side of your screen, we can see there that that heart has very, very little fat on it. And that's a pretty good sign, pretty clear sign that this animal's death, at least in part, was related to emaciation or poor food resources. Now I'm painting a pretty nice picture for you here that we go out, we get whole carcasses, we bring them back into this great space, and we do this perfect necropsy. That is what happens sometimes, and as often as we can make that be the case. There are times, however, where you get out and a carcass has already been removed, it's been scavenged, it's been dispersed. We may have trouble getting out there because of permissions, road closures, all those sorts of things. So there are times when you get out there and the only thing you can find is a collar. And of course, we get less information off of those than we do these really nice whole carcass necropsies. So that's all to say that at the end of this, we're going to have some really good information on what killed these animals, but we probably won't have that information on every single critter that we've enrolled within these two herds. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't give a really big shout out to our partners at the University of Wyoming. We're working very closely with Dr. Jared Merkel, Dr. Kevin Monteith, and the Wyoming Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit. This is a department-led project, but we rely very heavily on those partnerships. And most importantly, I'm the person that's talking to you about this work today, but none of this would be possible without the incredible engagement and commitment of our field personnel, as well as our veterinary services staff. So they're the ones to whom any successes on this project actually belong. All right, as we all know, mule deer management is complicated. If there was an easy button, I think every person in this room would have used it a long time ago, but there's not. The best we can do is get robust estimates on our population, know how many critters are out there, begin to understand how our management actions are influencing them, provide transparent assessments of future harvest opportunities, and offer this really clear ability to evaluate not only what we're doing, but the degree to which that's advancing us towards our goals. So I hope in the course of the last 45 minutes, we've been able to sort of highlight the fact that mule deer live in a risky world. It's not simple. Some of those risks tie to habitat quality and food availability. Some of those risks tie to disease and predation. And in each case, the department is involved and has been involved in for a really long time in making progress on these issues, whether it's improving habitat quality and connectivity, as we heard from with Ian, or whether it's deploying strategic management actions through the CWD management plan that you approved, which we heard from Doug, or whether it's using a state-of-the-art monitoring program to better understand what's going on with these populations. All of these tools help us at the end of the day to try to get the best possible science-driven management on the ground that we can. And with that, I'll join Doug and Ian and stand for any questions that you might have.
That's excellent. Any questions from the commission?
On the dashboard, the real time, you have the GPS collar transmit every how many minutes? 7 minutes, would you say? Or?
Yeah, President Brokaw, Commissioner Roberts, yeah, great questions. I skimmed over some of that detail. So I would say the dashboard operates in almost near real time. So it's not, it doesn't update sort of by the minute. We actually have, so to get into some collar specifics, we're collecting locations every 2 hours off of every individual that's wearing a collar. A subset of those points get transmitted to us for immediate use. Others of those points stay on the collar. So we're really updating those points probably once every, well, we're updating them every day. Each individual gets an update about on that same timeline. So it's updating every day.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Masterson.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. Is that dashboard online?
President Brokaw, Commissioner Masterson, it is not, and it is our evaluation at this point. So we've just stood it up. It's brand new. We would like to keep it as an internal resource for field managers at this point. Maybe down the line, we could look at some sort of scaled back public interface, but I don't think we're ready to go there yet.
Any other questions, commissioners? So I have Representative Western on Zoom that wants to ask, I think it's Doug, a question. Wayne, are we ready to get him online? We also then have some other blue sheets. Representative Western, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Very well. So welcome to our commissioner meeting. And I understand you have a question on the mule deer.
I do. First, Commission, thank you very much for allowing me to testify. I really appreciate it. And I wouldn't, maybe this question's for Ember, or if it's for Doug or for whoever, but first, Ember, that was an awesome presentation. I really, really enjoyed it. Honestly, it kind of got me fired up, and I'm ready to go on a mule deer capture right now. But my question is this: I know that Doug mentioned we've done some stuff with the the ADMB board, but I know that some of the, at least in the Sheridan County area, some of those invasive species are at least anecdotally best so I've been told and observed that they're having an impact, a negative impact on that habitat. Has there been any discussion or consideration about maybe partnering with some of these weed and pest districts in combating them? I mean, has that topic been broached, or I don't know if that's Doug or if that's Director Nesvik. I mean, what are your thoughts on something like that?
Sure. Ian, go ahead, try that one.
Mr. President, Representative Western, that is a great segue. I didn't take a whole lot of time to talk about today, but one of the biggest partnerships that the department has is with our weed and pest councils. And when we talk about invasive annual grasses that are occurring in your neck of the woods, we're talking about ventonata, Medusa head, cheatgrass, Japanese brome. That is a big deal and certainly has a negative impact on those habitats. And so we have invested lots and lots of resources into combating those invasive annual grasses, and certainly intend to continue to do that in an attempt to help mule deer habitat and to reduce the spread and prevalence of those grasses. So yes, it is something that we are actively aware of and engaged in and working on diligently.
So Ian, talk about the project we have that we got the Fish and Wildlife Service grant on up in that part of the world just recently.
Yes, Director Nesvik, we've been very lucky in recent years to apply for federal grants associated with that sort of work. And so just yesterday, in fact, we got word that we were awarded nearly $750,000. And not all of that will go toward invasive grasses, but a big chunk of it will throughout the state of Wyoming. In addition, we've worked with partners to bring in money from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And so I know they've invested a considerable amount of money in that part of the world. And so we're actively seeking funding opportunities to address invasive annual grasses, and specifically Medusa head and ventonata, because quite honestly, we do not want them in the rest of the state. We have them contained right now to Northeast Wyoming, and our goal is to keep it that way.
And Mr. President and Representative Western, I might just add that a lot of our terrestrial habitat biologists work very closely with our weed and pest boards, and we view them as valued partners, and we often share project development with them across the state.
Very good. Thanks for joining us online, Representative Western. I have another blue sheet from Ted Jenkins. Ted Jenkins.
He's must be online. He's not.
Oh, he is a Zoomer too.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, Mr. Jenkins. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you, President Brokaw, Commission, Director Nesvik, and thank you to all those involved in that presentation. That was some really cool data. I'm always intrigued by all the hard work that the agency does in that aspect. I do have obviously some major concerns, and anybody that's been around has known that I've been kind of hollering about the mule deer for a lot of years here. I am a little disappointed that the task force didn't take on more of the mule deer stuff, and make some changes to help the mule deer out. So with that being said, I'm concerned about the decline in the numbers, just like everybody else is. I'm looking at the Wyoming Range mule deer population numbers. In 2013, we were at 36,500 mule deer. And in 2021, we were at 27,660. And I'm looking at the numbers, and in 2016, we had 37,000, and with the winter of 2017, we lost over, roughly 7,000 deer out of the Wyoming Range mule deer herd. And I'm anticipating we're going to be close to that mortality loss in this Wyoming Range mule deer herd this year. It's a dire situation. We've all been kind of sitting on pins and needles, hoping that we didn't get this type of winter for a lot of years. And we knew it was coming, and here it is. So with that being said, I believe, a little more help, with some of these predators and coyotes especially. And I don't know if the commission would ever entertain an idea about a mule deer management stamp for all mule deer hunters, because a lot of the predator control gets thrown on the ranchers and farmers and agricultural producers with funding predator boards and stuff like that. And every predator board you talk to throughout the state is highly underfunded. And I would kind of, entertain a conversation about a mule deer management stamp that we could take part of that money and give to predator control, and then part of it to help with the, noxious weeds and grasses that are taking over this mule deer habitat. And I just kind of think with that being said, that funding could help out a lot. I know there's Muley Fanatics does an awesome job, and I'm proud to be a life member and a sponsorship member every year with Muley Fanatics. And I am kind of bummed that I'm not going to be able to attend the Mule Deer Days this weekend. And I had all intentions of being there in purpose, but with Mother Nature and road conditions here in the Star Valley area where I live this morning, it just was not possible for me to be there in person with you guys. With that being said, that would be my concerns. I would hope that, some possible talking points for the season setting meetings for hunting in this part of the country for mule deer. I would hope that we could kind of start entertaining an idea about limited quota for deer and for the general deer license. I think we're there. And I think after this winter, I'm looking at the population decline in the last 10 years on the Wyoming Range mule deer herd. I'm afraid that if we keep going the way we're going the last 10 years, in another 15 to 20 years, our deer are going to be really easy to count. And I hope that we don't ever get to that point. But I think there's some, I think it's time to start talking about making some changes to the hunting structure of deer too, with a lot of these deer herds taking a pounding and with the winters and the habitat and all that sort of stuff. We need to kind of try to help them out with doing some sort of change to our hunting structure to try to get some of our mature bucks to make it through the rut season so they can breed our does, because our buck doe ratio is, over the years have consistently declined also, and the quality of the bucks that are left over for the breeding season. I know there's the task force talked a little bit about some of these changes to some deer structures, and there was a proposal that got shot down, and then that was kind of it for mule deer. So I would hope that the commission would kind of start a conversation about that. And with that, I won't take up too much more time. And if anybody has any questions, I'd love to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Jenkins? No questions here, Ted, but thank you for your input. I'm sure there'll be much more discussions about mule deer, so thank you for staying engaged.
Thank you.
Anything else on that agenda item? Seeing none, let's move on to number 18. Ian, you're back on with the winter.
Wait for this to load. Looks like it's getting close. All right. President Brokaw, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, here to give you a brief update on current conditions, winter weather conditions in association with
Paul Day, my counterpart on the aquatic habitat side. So let's jump right in. This is a picture from Bondurant that Doug shared with me recently. What you will notice here is there is a lack of visible forage, and you can barely make out the fence line there going on the left-hand side. And so this is a pretty good indication of kind of what the winter looks like in a lot of Wyoming. And so let's talk a little bit about that. So climate and weather are key components of population performance. Winter severity and drought can both have population limiting effects, as we talked about previously. And this winter has been above average. There's absolutely no doubt about that. So what does that look like on the ground? This is the most recent SNOTEL snow water equivalent graph that is out there. And we just updated this one to make sure that we had the most recent data for you. So what you see here is that certainly southern and western Wyoming have kind of the higher percentages, and then but there's very few places that are at or below average, Cheyenne being the one exception to that. And so this is the real deal winter, and we're in the thick of it at the moment. How does this vary from last year? We had some conversations a year ago about the opposite of this, and that being drought. And so in March of 2022, I was talking to you about 81% of the state being in severe extreme drought. And that really dominated the storyline. This year, what we're talking about is kind of the opposite. And so now we have 11% of the state in severe extreme drought. And the bigger issue, obviously, is the deep, persistent snow and cold conditions that we've seen so far this winter. So what sort of effect does that have on our wildlife populations? So deep snow, as you well know, impacts the ability to forage for food. If they can't see it, they have to dig down to it. That takes energy. That is an issue. Again, back to that fat component that we talked about previously. Obviously, it also impedes mobility. So the ability for critters to get where they need to go is greatly reduced when you think about the level of snow that we have on the landscape currently. Third on that list, certainly wildlife have difficulty safely navigating fences. When we have multiple feet of snow, just getting up to a fence requires a significant amount of energy. Then being able to typically jump over that fence also requires a lot of energy. That's an issue this time of year for sure. And then last but certainly not least, what we see in these difficult conditions is wildlife often congregate on or near roadways, which increases our wildlife vehicle collision risk. What sort of effect does that have on habitat? So on the good news side of this, this additional moisture, all the additional moisture that we are currently receiving could result in increased forage next growing season. That's on the positive side. Very often it's the case that important forage for mule deer responds favorably to winter spring moisture. When we get that moisture into the soil profile, things like our shrubs in early spring, if they have adequate moisture, will produce more leaders, longer leaders, more biomass for wildlife. So that's the good news. It's kind of hard to see it at this point, but that is the good news. So now I'm going to walk through kind of what winter looks like in many of our regions. This is the Green River region where we are today, and certainly things are looking pretty bleak. We'll start here. We have deer that are dying with a belly full of food, right? So we talk about this a lot, the inability for deer to transition to a different forage source. So dead deer there. This is an interesting photo. From here you can't tell, but this haystack apparently fell over and crushed a couple of elk underneath it. This is the sort of thing we're seeing quite a bit of. This bottom picture here, we have quite a few elk that are being emergency fed. Again, can't really see it from here. And then this is kind of typical conditions for mule deer right now. They don't have access to a whole lot of forage. And what is out there is covered currently with snow. So that in a nutshell is what's going on in the Green River region. Pretty tough. Moving to the Casper region, as you can see, these are deer tracks. They're having to uncover forage here. Luckily, they they can still get to that, but equally tough in portions of the region. So as you can see, this top picture, certainly conditions are tough. That's tough for a mule deer. Pronghorn here in more moderate conditions, certainly able to get around a little better. And so in the Casper region, it's kind of an interesting deal. So portions of the Casper region are not as bad as others. So that's Laramie Peak in the background there. These conditions here are not nearly as bad as conditions found further west in the Casper region. So a little bit of a mixed bag, but certainly above average there. Laramie region, again, a little bit of a mixed bag. So some open country in portions of the Laramie region. It's not quite as snowy in portions, but we have portions such as the Platte Valley that have significant snowfall, and conditions are tougher there currently for mule deer and pronghorn. This is a collar from a focal herd study that Ember talked about from a deer that obviously we weren't able to get there in time to find. Lander region, things are bleak in the Lander region currently, pretty tough. This gives you an idea of our ability, or I should say inability to get around. Certainly having trouble getting off of any major road. This was a wildlife friendly fence, and certainly difficult for critters to navigate. And what you can barely see here is that is the top rail of the fence. And so certainly a difficult place to be currently if you are wildlife in the Lander region. They have received a substantial amount of snow, cold temperatures, some big wind events that have created some big drifts, and the cold temperatures that just haven't quit. And so things again are pretty tough in the Lander region. Similar story in the Pinedale region. This here is taken from one of the siteability flights. This is a place where we should be seeing deer this time of year, and just there's too much snow up there to find them. They've moved somewhere else. This is kind of the best of the conditions in the Pinedale region. Certainly lots of continuous snow cover and difficult current conditions for critters in the Pinedale region. Rounding it out, we've got the Sheridan region here, a bit of a mixed bag. This is higher elevations within the Sheridan region, certainly have pretty continuous snow and lots of it. And then some lower elevation, we do have a little bit of more open terrain, but portions of the Sheridan region are certainly hit hard as well. And so, yeah, that is just to give you a flavor of kind of what we have going on and where we currently sit with winter severity. And so I'm going to turn it over to Paul Day now for his presentation.
All right, Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt, I'm Paul Day, Aquatic Habitat Program Manager. The fisheries and aquatic habitat side of this weather presentation is, I think, a little bit rosier than what you heard from Ian, a little bit shorter as well. We've seen a lot of snow. We're making water. Fish like water. Fish should do well. Any questions?
Good play.
As Ian showed this slide earlier, snow water equivalents are looking really good. The NRCS, the Natural Resource Conservation Service, puts this out weekly this time of year. This was last Monday's. Lots of blue and green. Blue and green is good. You can see a high of 149% of median in Little Snake, and a low, like Ian said, over by Cheyenne of 78%. Overall, across the state, integrating by area, we're looking at 115%. So that's pretty good. Now that we're getting into March, I'm becoming more and more certain that it's for real. I'm not quite convinced yet, but I think we're going to have at least average, if not above average runoff this year. That's what I expect. Last year, we were at 85% of median on this date. And the year before that, we were at 91% of median. So a couple of dry years, obviously, you saw the drought maps. That means soil moisture is generally low, pretty low in a lot of places. So I would expect that snowpack to be modulated to some effect, to soak in. So we'll see variable runoff. Some places will be maybe at average, other places above average. This slide is another slide from the NRCS. They have these forecasted runoff slides or reports every month, first part of the month. The bars represent forecasted runoff as another median. It's a percent median for various basins across the state. Lots of blue and green. Green is 90 to 110% of average. And blue is even higher. So I hope you're not green, blue blind. There's only one basin there that's not in that category, Flaming Gorge. We'll talk about that in a second. At this point, I would caution that these forecasts still come with caveats. The degree to which this water translates into runoff, again, depends on the local weather in May and June. We can see it coming off in a hurry when you have several days of hot weather and warm nights. Of course, when we have the cold nights, that can be much more modulated. What does this mean for fish? Well, it's looking pretty good. Our fish management crews track fish populations around the state, and we invariably see higher fish populations 2 to 3 years after high flow years. It's pretty consistent. What we're seeing there is we're seeing the spawning gravels for one thing. The fine sediments are mobilized. The eggs in the gravels are better able to assimilate oxygen. We get higher recruitment. We have more habitat with high stream flow conditions, more places for fish to hang out, side channels along the margins of the channels. In the aquatic habitat business, we get real excited by high flows. We see high flow conditions as those conditions that form channels. They create the pools and the habitat complexity. They mobilize wood, provides the base of the food chain. When flows get out over the high banks, you essentially bring in nutrients into the channel, drives the food web, recharges the groundwater. Lots of good things with high flows. Of course, if they get too high, we have flooding, human suffering. That's never a good thing, obviously. So we hope for moderately high flows. So our reservoirs should be in good shape if conditions persist. Right now, they're at actually 81% of median following the last couple of dry years. I expect the forecasted snow to fill most of the reservoirs. I think we'll be seeing the North Platte system fill, as well as other places. So that bodes well for reservoir fisheries. The reservoir of perhaps most concern is Flaming Gorge Reservoir. We've all heard the news for the last few years of the Colorado River system really hitting dire and unprecedented low flow conditions in Lakes Mead and Lake Powell. Flaming Gorge is currently at about 80% of median for this time of year. Stated another way, it's actually about 68% full. This slide shows water surface elevations through time, going all the way back to the 60s. The yellow box on the right shows the elevation a couple of weeks ago when I made the slide, 6,006 feet. That's actually lower than a lot of folks have seen in their lifetime. It goes all the way back to the 70s when the reservoir was intentionally lowered to do some maintenance work. In 20, how do we get here? Obviously drought, but the actions the Bureau of Reclamation has been taking the last couple of years, they've really been driving those water surface elevations down. In water year 2021, 22, the Bureau called for releasing 125,000 acre feet over that period. And then in the year we're in now, 22, 23, another 500,000 acre feet has been released, or at least was called to be released. Now that ended earlier this week, on Tuesday, with the forecasted higher snow conditions and forecasted higher runoffs. They're able to end that a little bit early. So we're looking at 463,000 acre feet rather than 500,000, maybe saved a little bit of elevation on the reservoir. So why do we care about water surface elevations on Flaming Gorge? Well, obviously, Flaming Gorge is one of the premier fisheries in the state. Flaming Gorge has a world-class kokanee fishery. It's a tremendous trophy lake trout fishery. I caught my biggest fish I guess my second biggest fish in my life there. Those fisheries obviously are at risk when water levels decline. Boat ramps and the access to that fishery also becomes a concern. Anvil Draw, one of the boat ramps in the Wyoming side is currently out of water, and they're chasing that water surface at the other ramps. Right now, we're gaining elevation, so we have at least a temporary reprieve. Certainly, uncertain future on Flaming Gorge. Cross our fingers. Could be okay if we keep seeing good precipitation in the upper Green, at least for a while. The rest of the state is certainly looking good, and it should be a good year to go fishing and catch fish. And that's all I have for you. We'll take questions.
Any questions? Paul, I have a question. Is the Colorado River system with Flaming Gorge, is that managed by the Bureau of Rec like the North Platte is?
Yes, it is.
So they make the decision on how much to store in the gorge.
Ultimately, they do, but of course, it's much more complicated than that, with multiple groups represented by the upper basin states and the lower basin states, all having a voice in that management between the state engineer's office and their counterparts in the other states. But ultimately, the Bureau of Rec is turning the levers.
Okay. Any other questions? Very good. Guys, thank you. Okay, moving on. Item number 19.
Good afternoon, President Brokaw, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. My name is Nishkoy Kulea, and I'm the Communications and Education Chief. And it's my privilege today to talk about the communications program update for the year. So I did the same update last year in March, and my goal is to do this on an annual basis, and pretty much just to give you data and statistics on what the reach is for the department and our communication program. So we have three main goals through all of our communication. Of course, is to communicate, educate, and then interact with our public relations. We definitely want to convey the department's message. We want to demonstrate our brand awareness, which we've talked a lot about in the last year, our media engagement, and then of course, educate. We want to talk about the science that goes on within the department, all of the knowledge and skills and information from our subject matter experts. I'm sorry, I have a little tickle.
It's okay. Take a minute. You're fine.
Interesting. And then last thing, we spend a lot of time interacting with our partners, the media, reporters, and other stakeholders, and then even prospective stakeholders, schools, children, other agencies, entities inside the state and outside. So kind of overall, just a whole lot of people. So our main communication tools are news media, email communications, social media, and then the Wyoming Wildlife Magazine, which I talked with you about last month. So I'm going to leave that out today. So on average, we have 10,000 people who see Game and Fish news on a weekly basis, just every week. We do have some weeks where that number goes up significantly. The average number of stories in our papers, 20, 30 a week in online news. We have news, though, that makes national news and even international news at times. Last year, we sent out 229 news releases from the department. And oftentimes our news releases are picked up by other media organizations and kind of sometimes are copy pasted, resent, reformatted, or they, look at different things. But for the most of the time, we send out the information every Monday that we want Wyoming to know about. We do 52 news pieces every year. That's every single week we produce a news piece. So on average, our email communications is probably our largest program. We have over 700,000 people in our email list. We reach 512,000 on our hunting email, 219,000 with our fishing email, and then 13,000 with our wildlife update email. And for our Inspire a Kid email, which is sent to primarily people with children or schools, things like that, 3,600. Our hunting email and our fishing update email are up by more than 2,000 members just from last year. Our Inspire a Kid email is up by 600. We hope we can continue to raise that. Our open rate has gone as high as 85%. This is really exciting because typically for the standard rate for open rates for government agencies is only 12 to 20%. Our average is about 40–45%. And then of course, if it's draw results or something that people are very invested in, it goes up quite higher, but this is a really incredible number. So people read our emails. Last year, we sent out 418 department emails. We reached 12.1 million people. There's our average open rate, 47%, which is incredible. That's more than double or even triple, if you want to say, the standard average. And then Inspire a Kid, 3.6 thousand. Social media. This includes our trail cam videos of Wyoming's wildlife, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. These are our channels right now. We have 121,000 followers and subscribers. We've reached 27.8 million across all of our accounts in 2021 alone. We're still looking at last information. Our social media posts, we did 469 that we put up last year. And that's all across, all the regions and then at headquarters as well. We have 1.2 million views on our YouTube videos last year with 30,700 hours of watch time. And so something interesting in that we're up on social media 110,000 from last year alone. Our reach is up overall across all of our channels by 3%, and our video views are up 15%. The number of posts that we put up last year from the year before is actually down by 20. We did 20 less posts. We worked really hard this year to look at targeting posts and being very specific and tracking it through our data analytics of what was gaining a lot of attention, where were we seeing a lot of interaction and response. So it was really exciting. Just to give you some idea on some history on this, 5 years ago, our Facebook reach was only 2 million. So in the last 5 years, we've gone up significantly. I know, it's pretty exciting. And our overall views 5 years ago was only 771,000. And then with our YouTube channel, 5 years ago, we were one of the last states in numbers for all the Western state agencies for game and fish. So we had the lowest amount of views. And since then, now we are one of the largest. We are 4th in line behind Arizona and Oregon. And we are almost ready to pass Colorado in our YouTube channel. And that is our goal this coming year. We think we'll get her done.
Nice.
So TV, radio, and podcasts, we do a lot of TV, radio in-house, aside from, also going out and interacting with local radio. All of our regional INEs go out and do radio shows. We do some of that in Cheyenne. Our director does a radio show every month. So we have a lot of information out there. In-house, though, we've reached 215,000 from our TV and radio news that we do every week. That's our 52 ones. We do one a week. And then videos and new videos and uploaded ones on YouTube, 59,793. So it's very very good for that. And that's overall everything I have right now. Any questions?
That's interesting, Nish. How do you, it's interesting to me how you track open rates or
Yeah, we're able to track
Those
open
kinds of
rates, click rates. We can even track down to the number of clicks they click into. So if there's something, we can see if they go back in to reopen something or re-click on one of our links. And that's something we did even with our digital regulations last year. We sent different QR codes and different links to different places just to see how much attention they were getting. We tracked all the data analytics on this. Some of the pieces that I didn't share with you that we're still working on is QR codes. You'll notice in the Wyoming Wildlife Magazine, you're seeing a lot more QR codes embedded in there. We're also talking about putting QR codes on posters and some other event things that we do so we can track kind of where we're getting the attention, what is more, popular than not. It's pretty fascinating. And then once we get the website up and running, that'll tie into everything that we do from where we start. We'll be able to embed links on our website or QR codes that we've had or new ones that we create and be able to see where they start from and where they're going.
that's really cool. Any questions for Nish from the commission?
I do, Mr. President.
Go ahead, sir.
Ish, do you have any idea why the dramatic increase in the numbers you were describing happened? Any thoughts?
Mr. President and Commissioner Masterson, we have some assumptions. So
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I
So-
forgot to turn it off again.
we do
Again.
have some assumptions that during COVID era, a lot of people spent a lot more time outside. We did see an increase in wildlife enthusiasts, whether that was, outdoor recreation or, angling, hunting, all of the sporting events. But so we know that wildlife is something that across the board, most people love. And so we've been doing a lot more to have fun. We're doing fun videos. We're also doing more exciting videos. And that's kind of our goal this coming year. Now that we've been tracking the data analytics, is to do much more tailored approach. And you'll see that across all of our platforms and programs. So we will do a soft launch on a topic of interest, and then we'll see how it performs. And then we'll put it, whether that's through a press release or social media. And then if it does perform really well, then we'll do more. And maybe we'll go longer, or maybe we'll put it in the magazine as a feature article, or maybe we'll touch back with, a different look at this same topic that's tailored just for hunters or anglers or women or children or other demographics, and then carry on that. And so throughout we've been attending a lot of marketing trainings and things like that. And that's one of the things that, you can communicate about anything and everything, but it only interests people if they have an interest in it. And so having a more tailored approach that we can track to different audiences has been growing, and it's showing the growth. And I think that's one of the big things.
Do you produce your videos in-house?
We do. And the quality of our videos is amazing. We have a department videographer who's been with us for 25 years. And we also have a visual communications marketing guy who's been with us for more than 5 years. And they're really cool. And I have to say that because National Geographic asks to borrow our footage sometimes. We have different sporting companies and all kinds of big organizations ask for our footage, our B-roll, if they can show up. We've been talking to a Facebook, I might get this wrong, an influencer. I think she's on Facebook, and they've been attending our hunter ed classes. I mean, it's pretty cool.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yep.
You're
That's
gonna
excellent.
need to show Commissioner Jolovich how he can follow you on Twitter.
Come on, Mark, you can do her. Nish, that's excellent. Thank you for the work you do. Okay. Agenda item number 20, wildlife fund update.
Last but not least, right, guys? Correct. First thing I want to do is I want to give a quick shout out to the IT team. those guys have had a lot of challenges today, and I think they deserve a round of applause. Anyway,
They're keeping us on.
been a challenge for sure. Director Nesbitt, President Brokaw, and members of the commission. I'm Nate Brown. I'm the operations manager of the Wildlife Fund. Chris likes to refer to me as his bodyguard. I'm not sure why, but anyway, to start out with today, I want to tell you that I'm here to stand in for Chris because he is actually in Washington, DC, or actually on his way back from DC. He was invited to make a presentation about the fund to the Biodiversity Funders Group, which is a collective of over 60 private foundations and funding groups that met in DC this week. Most of this is due to the spectacular work of the department and the migration research of the Hobbs School and folks like that. So the invitation was also due to the fund's involvement with the Pooled Migration Fund. Many of you may have heard of that. It's pretty new. It's we just had a press release came out about it, but I'm going to circle back to that more later on. But my first thing that I want to do is I want to congratulate the new commissioners, Mr. Bell and Mr. Masterson. It's great to have you guys on board. You probably don't even know the gravity of what you've gotten yourself involved in yet, but you're about to find out. I'm looking forward to meeting you, both of you guys personally, talking about the ways that we can work together for wildlife. Also, I'd like to reach out to the new president and the new vice president and let you guys know that we want to congratulate you on your appointments. The changing of the guard is important. Thanks to Commissioner Roberts as well for his time as the president. And he's been a great advocate, and so is Commissioner Ladwig for the fund. All of you are really great, and you've really supported us well. So let me move this on down the line. I got to figure out how to run one of these again. Let's see, there you go. So to start, whoops, there we go. We're caught up. So now that I'm back to the Pooled Migration Fund, I want to talk about some stuff that's pretty cool. So the Pooled Migration Fund, if you haven't heard about it, it complements the recent partnership between the USDA and the state of Wyoming through the Big Game Conservation Partnership established by the MOU signed by USDA Secretary Tom Vilsack and Governor Gordon on October 17th. This $22 million private partnership allows producers to simultaneously manage their land for livestock, wildlife, and migration corridors. Ag there. Phase one of the Pooled Migration Fund involves funds granted to establish capacity building full-time equivalent employees intended to enhance voluntary conservation of private working lands and tribal lands within big game migration corridors. The initial recipients of this funding include the Greater Yellowstone Coalition at $175,000, the Jackson Hole Land Trust at $200,000, the Nature Conservancy at $156, the Western Landowner Alliance at $200,000, and the Wyoming Stock Growers Land Trust for $228,350 for a total of $915,506 that's been put on the ground to facilitate a bridge between the USDA funds and the ranches and the agriculture interests that basically take care of our wildlife. So to move on, the Wildlife Fund on phase two of the Pooled Migration Fund, the Wildlife Fund expects to announce another request for proposals for grant funding from the Pooled Migration Fund this fall 2023, focused on implementation. That was a quote right out of our press release just recently. Both phases of the Pooled Migration Fund are supported by the philanthropic grants from the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation. I even practiced that one, believe it or not. But the William and Flora Hewlett Foundations, the Wilberforce Foundation, and the Band Foundation. We want to thank them very much for their involvement in this initial batch of funds. We'd also like to give credit to Director Nesbitt for appointing Jill Randall as the Big Game Migration Coordinator. She's been a tremendous part of this Pooled Migration Fund process, including the RFP and all the involvement in the grants advisory panel. So we're looking forward to more funders. Chris is out there working on that right now, or he has been this week. So our second big announcement today is involving an update on funding for the South Kemmer Highway 189 Wildlife Crossing Project. That map on the left, it's going to be hard for you guys to see, but all that color represents data that was put together by folks that you guys are just listening to. The migration data is what's brought this to the forefront. It's also crucial to help us learn where to put these crossings, where it's the most critical spot to put them. This most recent group of funding partners, following you guys' lead, I want to give credit to the Game and Fish Commission. You guys have put a huge amount of money, 1.25 million, just towards that crossing project. I wanted to thank you guys for that. Our most recent funding partners include Williams at $27,500, TerraPower at $10,000, the Rocky Mountain Power Foundation for another $10,000, NextEra Energy at $10,000, and Project West at $10,000. That total comes up to, go ahead.
Probably the time for me to check now. I just got a text from Chris who said, if Nate is still presenting, please announce that Fire Storage West has called me and is another getting 10,000 to the Kemmer project as well. They're
Awesome.
gas and oil company in Evans.
I was just going to say, this has all happened in the last week and a half, 2 weeks. So it's amazing stuff. That doesn't surprise me at all. And thank you very much, Commissioner Roberts, for bringing that up. I also want to give credit where credit's due on the pooled migration fund and all of this stuff in South Kemmer Highway Crossing. Just, one of the amazing things about it is just the partnerships that you build in this role. I want to give credit to Joy Bannon and Jess Johnson. They've been very tied up with the legislature, as you guys are well aware of. They kind of helped us get this thing kicked off, and we've been just trying to kick the ball down the court and gather funds for this project. So I want to give credit to them as well. The Wyoming Wildlife Federation and several other partners have had a hand in this as well. As you can see on this map, this project is a multi-species project and includes 2 separate mule deer herds. We're also excited to see partnerships develop for this funding. With continued work and by gaining more partners, we hope to see this project become a reality very soon. So going on, well, here I should just focus for a moment on this. These are all the folks, and I don't even know, Commissioner Roberts, you should announce them one more time. Who's the newest company?
Fire Storage West, and they are a gas and oil company in Evanston. They just committed 10,000 for it.
Thank you to Spire Story West. I didn't even have time to get the Spire Storage West. I didn't even have time to get their logo on our PowerPoint, but yeah. So
you want to make sure that they would.
Yeah, moving on. Thank you very much for that. Next, I'd like to highlight some of the most rewarding and fun projects that are on the horizon through the partnership with the Game and Fish and the Inspire a Kid program. The importance of the Inspire a Kid initiative was perfectly outlined, I think, by Shane Mahoney this morning with Conservation Visions during his presentation. It's just great to hear how that's moving across the world, even in, outside of the state of Wyoming, to introduce and inspire a new group or generation of wildlife enthusiasts by providing resources and activities for families across Wyoming. Our Maury Brown Fishing Day last year was a tremendous success. We had over 600 attendees. Over 300 of those were kids. The rest were families, family groups, just other helpers. Lots of red shirts were there, all kinds of volunteers. Rods, reels, and tackle boxes were provided for all attendees that were fishing. That'll actually happen again this year. We also had lunch and transportation provided. This takes place on Iron Mountain Ranch through the tremendous generosity of Maury Brown. Commissioner Jolovich with his contribution of a commissioner's tag. Thank you very much for that, sir. First Northern Bank of Wyoming, Bass Pro and Cabela's helped us out with the rods, reels, and tackle boxes, as well as many other partners. we're looking forward to another great camp, great fishing day this year. Our second Inspire a Kid project is the Inspire a Kid camp at the Little Jenny Ranch in Bondurant. The deadline for those applicants is March 13. I've just been texting with folks on the Wind River Indian Reservation about getting some of those kids to apply. Crazy stuff happening there. We're hoping to have 20 boys and 20 girls this year. Last year we had only 20 boys. 50% of the attendees are Wyoming kids, and then we source outside of the state and bring kids in from different states across the country. It's just a great opportunity, inspire a new generation of wildlife enthusiasts through horseback riding, fly rod building, hiking, fishing, all kinds of introspection. Faith Hamlin's a big part of this. Her family's been a great partner in all that, and she challenges them. She's had a bunch of boys last year doing diaries and journaling and the stuff that I didn't think she'd ever get accomplished, but it was pretty awesome. So anyway, congratulations to Faith and for her work on that. So here's a little bit more. This is pictures from last year's Maury Brown Fishing Day. Great stuff. You can see the red shirts filleting fish, and we even had a cooking station. That's a little snapshot down at the bottom, the Iron Mountain Ranch in Cheyenne, Wyoming, June 3rd of 2023. The sign up will be happening very soon through the Game and Fish website and the Wildlife Fund website. So keep your eyes peeled for that and spread the word. We're also looking for volunteers, so put that on your calendar. And if you're looking for something to do in the Cheyenne area, give us a holler. We'd be glad to have you. Also wanted to give a big thank you to Nish Gokula and the entire department staff for their Gokalia. Sorry about that, Nish. And the entire department staff for their tremendous support last year, and looking forward to another great year. Here's some shots from our Inspire a Kid camp. Lots of teamwork activities, lots of bow. We have the guys from the Bow Hunters Association of Wyoming are going to come and help out again this year. Like I said, again, lots of red shirt involvement. That's Jill Randall. It's hard to see her there, but she was up there presenting last year. Just a great bunch of activities for these folks to do and for these kids. And it's all about getting new people to replace you guys and replace me. And that's something that's a tall order nowadays. So anyway, so one of the last things that I want to talk about, as donations to the Wildlife Fund can be dedicated to specific projects or restricted to a project that resonates with donors, we wanted to give credit to Mary Rumsey. We were able to create a habitat improvement program under the Wildlife Fund called the Moose Fund through the generosity of Mary and Charlie Rumsey of Meeteetse, Wyoming. Mary's passion is moose, and she recently donated $60,000 in addition to an earlier donation for the trailer. So I believe I was just told today that there may be 2 of those now, 2 relocation trailers. I'm not sure about that, but anyway, initially there was a beaver translocation trailer that was purchased for moving beaver around. And it's been proven through the work of the department again that relocating beaver is much more successful if done in family groups. So that holding facility that they just donated the $60,000 for, it'll actually house up to 4 family groups of beavers. So, you know, that you're probably thinking, why the Moose Fund and why the beaver, right? Were you going to ask that? No, I think if you're out and about very much, you realize the part that beaver play in moose habitat. They've been proven to be very, very good at ecosystem engineering. So anyway, they're one of the best ways to restore moose habitat. So anyway, thanks to Mary Rumsey and for her commitment to the Moose Fund and for helping out with the beaver relocation and translocation equipment. Let's see. If you have any questions or would like to donate to the Moose Fund or any of our initiatives or projects, please go to our website or give Chris or myself a call. Like I said, donations can be restricted to a project. We love unrestricted funds because then we all get to decide where to spend the money. But one of the great things about the fund is people can restrict funds to a project that really resonates with them. So moving on. To conclude my presentation, I'd like to encourage all of you to come and see our booth at the Mule Deer Days event this weekend. Creating lasting partnerships with great people is what makes the biggest and most lasting difference for Wyoming's wildlife. Thanks for making the Wildlife Fund a member of your team and a partner in your efforts. And with that, I'll take questions.
It's a good update, Nate. Thank you. Any questions for Nate from the commission? That's fantastic. That's good work. Thank you very much
Thanks,
for all
guys.
you do. I have a blue sheet call to the public. Can we do that now? Okay. Miss Reed, if you're ready. Nicole Reed from my new commissioners, Mule Deer Foundation. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, President Brokaw, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. I am here just to give you an update from the Mule Deer Foundation. I am the Habitat Partnership Coordinator here based in Wyoming. I'm actually based over in Saratoga as a partner biologist with the Forest Service to try to implement projects within our state. I just wanted to give you an update after the generous contributions from this commission through your commissioner tags. Over the last 2 years, we've received 4 commissioner licenses from you. 2 last year, one was from Commissioner Ladwig and one from Commissioner Doobie. We were able to auction Commissioner Ladwig's license for $42,500. And Commissioner Doobie's license went for $35,000 last year. This year, we also received 2 licenses from the commission, one from President Brokaw and another from Commissioner Ladwig. Once again, Commissioner Brokaw's license was auctioned for $35,000 this year, and Commissioner Ladwig's license auctioned for $52,500. That is in thanks to the fact.
That's fantastic, Nicole.
That is in thanks to the fact that we were able to auction that license off at our expo over in Salt Lake in February. Those items really go for high dollars, and that's really a benefit of being able to auction those items off at that event. With the 2022 licenses, just from this commission, we were able to help fund either in full or in part 3 semi-permanent hunting blinds at the Fort Phil Kearney habitat area. We funded dumpsters for carcass removal to help stop the spread of CWD in the bighorns. We also looked into movement and CWD studies by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department in the southern bighorns. Part of our funding is going to the Highway 189 crossing near Kemmerer that was just mentioned. And we help fund part of the Red Desert to Hoback study by Matt Kaufman's shop. The money we raise with these tags and through other means goes directly to Wyoming projects across the state to help mule deer and their habitat. This year, we continue to help mule deer and their habitat through our fundraising at various events, auctions, with our nonprofit, with other nonprofits, landowners, as well as state and federal agencies. We're also able to do this through grants that we receive with our habitat conservation partner projects that we have going on the ground with the Game and Fish Department, as well as other agencies. This year, at our expo last month, we were able to actually sign 2 different agreements with federal agencies, one with the BLM and one with the Forest Service. These are really keystone agreements that have not been seen before. The BLM agreement was signed for a partnership of up to $5 million commitment over the next 5 years. And the Forest Service agreement was signed for up to $60 million over the next 5 years for us to implement projects across the West. So with these partnerships and with these programs that we're trying to develop with our federal partners, it's really just the beginning of what we can do with our state partners as well. So on the ground, we're really trying to implement projects, habitat projects that are going to influence the habitat for mule deer and their survivability. As we saw today, the impacts that we're seeing across the state from either droughts over the previous years or the harsh winters that we're seeing this year is all impacting our mule deer and their survivability. So the Mule Deer Foundation is really keying ourselves up well to be a partner to this agency, other agencies across the West, and other partners that we're working with. And I would be remiss if I forgot to mention our landowners that we are working with as well to do these cross-boundary projects that are really important for mule deer and other wildlife. So with that, I just wanted to thank you for your continued support. I hope that we can continue through this partnership with the state agency and with this commission and build upon the partnership that we've already started to establish. And so with that, I will stand for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for Nicole? I will say this, Nicole's a ferocious fencer. And a little plug for you guys, they have this fantastic wire roller. So when you're at home rolling up your old sheep fence and putting in a new wildlife friendly fence, Nicole's the lady to call. And this machine's awesome. So you do good work, Nicole. Thank you. Thank you for that update.
Thank you.
Is there any other business to come before this commission? Is there any other public comments? Anyone on the computer? Anybody left in the room?
Mr. President, just one real quick, something
ahead.
real quick. I just want to thank everyone, thank the commission here for all the welcomes and the friendly getting to know you, and the staff has been awesome. Everybody reaching out to us, trying to help with everything, and I just want to thank you for that, and everybody that contacted me, and everybody that I haven't met yet that also sent me emails or texts and said welcome aboard. Just happy to be here, and thank you guys for everything. I look forward to the service with you.
Very good. You will learn, you and John both will learn that the department staff is top-notch leaders in the nation by far. One thing President or Vice President Ladwig and I are going to instigate is a $50 fine for ringing cell phones. And so
The second one was not mine. It was someone else.
so to commissioners on my right, we'll
Mr.
start us a
President?
little commissioner fund, but yes, Commissioner.
Uh,
Matheson.
I want to also express the same. It's an incredible privilege to be a member of this body. And I will try to, well, I'll do my best, and hopefully I will be able to contribute and help our state. Also a department that I believe so strongly in, and is so interwoven with every part of our state. So everybody I heard from in the last yesterday and today just confirmed the quality of people that I know you to be. Except for you, John. We got to talk about that. And Angie's driving. But unlike Rusty, I didn't get anybody who reached out and said congratulations. So thank you, Mr. President.
Hey, well, welcome aboard, you new guys. Thank you to the commission for this opportunity to serve as your president. I will up my game a little bit. Seeing no other business to come before this commission, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by Commissioner Bell. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Jolovich. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Meeting adjourned.